the attorneys. Only the attorneys. Only the attorneys.
The feeling of home court advantage, you know?
Yes, that would be very nice.
You know, all the back entrances.
And we just happen to know everybody. What's that?
That is one of the reasons why it's a good idea not to be an actor.
Yes. Well, it's funny, you know,
It sort of came naturally to me. Become friends with the clerk is like
rule number one.
It's rule number
But
one.
I'll tell you what, like, initially it can be really difficult because it can be so ornery.
Listen,
I'm just doing my job, but you know what? You just smile.
I would say some are more warm and fuzzy than others, but
Even the tough ones.
Yeah, you can win them
you can
over.
do it more. Everybody, well, especially kind of when they, you know, see us working, professional.
You weren't lying.
Hernandez is a big fellow. All of our witnesses are.
I tell him he's the man of 1,000 hairstyles and mustaches because every time I see him, it's a little different.
Let the media come in.
Oh, yeah. I just meant like, you know, the general crowd.
She said jurors come back at 9:30. So to me, that means starting at 10.
I was going to say, I went in there and it looks locked.
Hey, Carla, right? Or she still has to
No. I have other reasons.
Yeah, right. I never got into betting.
No.
Just you. I went on a cruise just with Michael, and they were like big gold nets for like slots. So you know, one weekend they'll lose 40,000, then they'll win 10,000, then they'll lose 30,000, then they'll win 40,000. You know, it kind of breaks even, probably somewhat of a loss. But they just like it. For me, it was entertaining, but I just get it. I want to see it.
Anybody missing their bottle? Somebody missing their bottle? The other one, the other one, I think they left it here from bond hearing. I mean, the weekend thing that they do, so I think we can throw that one. Because that one was there. Yeah, they took one. Wow, that was loud. See the jurors are here. Yeah. And of course, there's to see the jurors are here.
we use the jury room?
Sure.
Just private. Just gonna, we'll do it after the court. They probably take a look. It's not gonna be an issue. That's what John says. I'll wait a John to go out there. He's waiting for me. So giving you a heads up, right? So we have David Rodriguez who's been tested. I've seen these pictures already. Just one, they haven't been getting themselves. It's the boat that he's on, actually. These guys go down. And there's the very short video where he hasn't come to give these. This is the view of the case right here. Sure. You want this one?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Seems okay. Chad Wilson, I was like, shall we? Absolutely.
morning, everyone. State of Florida versus George Pino, parties announced.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Adams and Jonathan Borst on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of George Pino, who's present, Howard Strebnick, Mark Shapiro, Ed Armelino, and Janelle Gomez. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is working her way in. Mr. Pino, would you please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn? You swear affirm any testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I heard an argument yesterday late afternoon on the defense first motion for judgment of acquittal. The court has considered the defense first motion for judgment of acquittal as to both counts. Defense argues the state has failed to establish the elements of anything greater than negligence, and the state must make a prima facie showing that the evidence establishes that Mr. Pino was more than negligent in his conduct, and the court must view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Having reviewed, listened to the evidence, the testimony and the evidence, reviewing the evidence, the court respectfully denies the defense motion for judgment of acquittal as to both counts 1 and 2. Proceed.
Ready to proceed, Judge? We were going to recall Lieutenant Paul Albert to present the additional information and a few additional
From
questions.
yesterday, okay.
Just give me a minute, I'll have the clerk mark the exhibit.
Sure.
That's going to be our next exhibit. Judge, we're going to have Mr. Cruz set up the screen. That one?
Ready?
Unless you're wanting the restroom, but just, yeah.
Ready now? All rise.
Everyone, please be seated. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well. We're ready to proceed. Has anyone seen anything in the news or read anything in the news about this case? Have you done any research or investigation to gather information? Has anyone tried to speak with you or in your presence about the case? All right, very well. We're ready to proceed now as the state has rested their case. And now, defense, your first witness.
Your Honor, we're going to call Lieutenant Paul Almer.
Sir, please step forward. Swear you can. Thank you.
Do you swear a firm testimony about the truth, with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Take a seat.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, yesterday when you were here, we talked about some issues regarding tides and such. Since the time we spoke, you did some additional research?
I did.
Okay, great. And you created some visuals for us today?
Yes.
And you put them on a thumb drive this morning?
Yes.
And I marked it as for ID Defense Exhibit A14 and seek its admission at this time.
No objection, Judge.
Without objection.
A14 marked for identification, defense exhibit L.
So this is now Defense Exhibit L. Now I'd like to, thank you. So Lieutenant, yesterday we were talking about the area where the incident occurred, and this is State's Exhibit number 2. We'll just use my finger for the moment. You see that near Cutter Bank Channel there is Totten Key?
Yes.
Sorry, Jim.
Yes, it is.
And you see that that's on the east side of Cutter Bank.
Yes.
And on the west side of Cutter Bank, there's an area called East Arsenicer,
Yes.
correct? And overnight or this morning, did you take tide readings from those two locations and put them on the thumb drive for us?
Excuse me. I got the tide data from the NOAA tide charts.
Okay, so if you would tell the jury, what is NOAA and how do you spell that?
NOAA, NOAA, it's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They make all these charts and they provide weather and tide and wind forecasts.
And you consider that a reliable source for tidal information?
It's a basic standard in navigation, yes.
Okay. And you were able to read from the information available from NOAA, when was high tide at Totten Key on September 4, 2022, and when was high tide at East Arsenicer on that same date? Yes. Okay. So I would ask that we publish at this time your exhibits for that purpose.
Let's start with high on September 4th, 2022, classmate.
Okay. And you have your computer, you want to rely on this just the same? Then maybe you can have a seat here with us. Okay. And so September 4, 2022, oh, and I have a pointer today. I think. Does this show that on Sunday, September 4, at 2022, that the reading at Totten Key for high tide was at 6:19 p.m.? Yes. And the elision occurred at 6:37 p.m.
Was it 6:30? Yes. So it's about 20 minutes later.
So just shy of 20 minutes after the high tide at Totten Key.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's look at East Arsenicer. Yes, please. East Arsenicer for September 4, 2022. Where do we see the high tide time for that?
You can see this is the high point right here, 1.09 feet above the mean, and so it's a little bit after 6.
Do you remember that it's precisely, and if you have to check your information, that the reading was at 6:38 p.m.?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so to be clear, at Totten Key, 6:19 p.m. is high tide. Let's go back to that previous one. See where we
That's
are.
the date of the reconstruction.
Those are the last ones. Keep going back. And what does this mean, plus 1.39?
So there's a mean water level, and then plus 1.39 is 1.39, so 1 1/3 foot, about 18 inches above the mean, and it's just barely going below the mean at low tide like that.
Okay. And so at 6:19 p.m. on the day of the incident, high tide at Totten Key was 6:19 p.m.
Yes.
And if we go to the next chart, at East Arsenicer, which is also on the map, that high tide event occurred at 6:38 p.m., 1.09 feet above the mean.
Yes.
Now, the incident occurred basically in between East Arsenicer and Totten Key.
Yes.
Right? Incident is right around here,
Yep.
and there's East Arsenicer,
Yes.
there's Totten Key, as they can see on State's Exhibit number 2. Right. Thank you. Now, let's take a look at the date of the recreation of by Lieutenant Thompson, and you were on that one as well. High tide on June 9 of 2025 at Totten Key was 10:12 a.m.
Yes.
and it was at 1.12 feet.
Yes.
Okay. So on the day of the recreation, high tide didn't get quite as high as it did on the day of the elision, correct?
Yeah, within a few inches, yes.
Okay. Instead of 1.39, it's only 1.12.
So it would have been 14 inches instead of 18 inches.
Fair enough. And for this one, we just did top and key for comparison purposes. Now, when you and Lieutenant Thompson were doing the recreation, that was sometime before 9 a.m.?
The first pictures that I took, the picture of the channel marker with the buoy was just after 9, and then we did construct the runs through afterwards, but it took a little bit of time because we had to get the drone going. There were a lot of moving parts that day.
Got it.
So it was pretty close to high tide by the time.
Got it. Okay, so that deals with the tide issue. Now, when you had done your report, you had recorded on your report that high tide on the day of the incident was 10:29 p.m.
Yes.
And that's 4 hours later than we are revealing today.
Yes.
And could that have been because it was on Greenwich time instead of Eastern Daylight Time, or do you know why that happened?
It could have been a different tide station. I mean, the tide fluctuates. The tide is hours different between North Biscayne Bay and South Biscayne Bay, east and west. It could have been a number of factors. I don't remember which source that I used to grab that time.
And do you know what source Lieutenant Thompson was using to determine tide when he testified?
No.
Okay, so that's the tide issue. Now, I also asked, and you were good enough to do another demonstrative showing at what point along the path of the Robalo that if the operator was looking down the channel at a moment in time, marker 13A would obscure marker 15.
Yes.
And you were able to do a study of that, yes?
Yes.
And if we can just put that on the screen. That's why I invited you to sit if you'd like, so you don't have to get up and down. It's up to you.
I need the exercise. That's the first one.
Hang on one second.
That's the second one. Yeah, that's 13.
Okay, hold on. Go to the next one. There we go. Okay, so what you did in this exercise is you plotted. Got it, Carlos? Great. You basically plotted a line between marker 15, 13A, and C. Where would that intersect along the path of the Robalo? In what this exercise revealed was that at timestamp 6:36:54 p.m., the Robalo was on its path and had the operator looked down the channel, 13A would have obscured 15.
Yes.
Okay. And to remind everyone, the elision occurred at 6:37:28.
Yes.
So that would be roughly 34 seconds before impact?
Give or take, yes.
Okay. Great. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Well, before you get up 1 second.
Sure.
There was also another point in time where marker 13 might have obscured marker 15 in the distance, correct? Let's show that one for the jury. No? Okay. Okay. And so, at this moment in time, 6:35:26. If you draw a straight line from where the Robalo was through marker 13 to 15, at that moment in time, marker 13 would have obscured 15.
Yes.
But that's a way distance back.
I should give you some reference. This is the second to last track point here, so this distance was 622 right here. So you can see this is over a mile and a half.
Okay. And time-wise, this occurred at 6:35:26 p.m. The elision was at 6:37:28. Right? So that's roughly a couple of minutes before impact. Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other exhibits on this before we make the witness sit? The sun. Okay. You also did a study of the sun, right?
Yep.
Tell us what you found out about that.
So I found out that NOAA has a tool that you can calculate the angle of the sun from a particular place on the face of the earth on a particular day. So I took that data and roughly plotted it to have an idea. So this is the southbound track of the Robalo. This is 8 and 9. This is, I think this is pretty close to 9 or 10 and 11 right here, so kind of midway through the channel. And this line here represents the bearing that the sun would have been to the boat as it's heading south in the channel. And then the elevation, so with this, if I'm looking forward on the boat, the sun is on my right side, and then the angle of elevation is just shy of 6 degrees above the visible horizon. So the sun is on its way down.
Okay. Now, actually the boat is, although we call it a southbound channel, the boat is actually traveling southwest, right?
Yeah, if you look at the little icon up here, you can see north is up. So this would be kind of a little bit northeast to southwest.
So if the boat was traveling southbound, it would have been like my pen is right now, right?
Correct, yes.
So the boat was traveling, this would be directly west this way,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And so the sun was off the operator's right shoulder, so to speak.
Yes.
So if the operator is driving down and looks to the right, that the sun is off his right shoulder.
Yes.
And how high off the horizon would that be?
Low.
So
6 degrees. If you think about 0, 90, it's 6. So it's sun's low on the horizon.
okay, got it. Thank you for that. In terms of the display, I think we're done. A few questions, and I think we'll be through. There were a couple observations that you made that I wanted to ask you briefly about. The Robalo had twin 300 horsepower engines, right?
Yes.
For a total of 600 horsepower.
Yes.
The Robalo is built and the manufacturer rates it for 700 horsepower, right?
Yes.
So someone could choose to equip the Robalo with larger engines than this Robalo was equipped with.
Yes.
100 horsepower more.
Yes.
And is Robalo a boat that's been a reputable boat for decades?
It depends on your. It's a decent boat.
It's been around for a long time?
It's been a long. It's one of the many boats where it started as a local manufacturer. I think here in Miami, built a quality boat that's been absorbed by a huge conglomerate and is built, mass produced. I think in Mississippi or Alabama, somewhere up there, they build a lot of boats.
Okay. You discussed the lookout rule. Question, is it, the lookout rule allows one person to operate a boat with no one else on the boat?
Yes.
Okay. And we see police officers operating solo from time to time?
I did many years.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you yesterday about passing on the right. Did you say stay to the right? I think you said is like on a highway or on a road.
Yes.
In Cutter Bank Channel, it is permitted, is it not, for the operator of a boat to navigate outside of the channel if there's enough water depth?
It's not against any of the rules to operate outside of the channel. No.
Okay. The channel is meant for boats that for sure need that depth of water, a large boat with a big keel, right?
Yes, I mean, a prudent operator would choose to operate in the channel, given the choice between a known maintained waterway and a shallow bank. A prudent operator would typically stay in the channel.
In this Cutter Bank Channel, there's enough water given the draft of the Robalo for the Robalo to operate outside of the channel.
In some areas.
And when an operator is in the channel, the operator can exit the channel at any point in time, provided there's no risk of a collision.
Yes.
Okay. And the operator can go to the left of the marker or the right of the marker, provided there's no risk of collision with another vessel.
I'm going to need a little bit more than that. Like, can you be a little more specific?
Yeah, someone's going down the channel southbound and wants to just sort of head into the flats. If there's no oncoming traffic, the operator can make a left turn and head into the flats and
Yes.
go that way.
Yes.
Personal flotation devices, PFDs, life preservers, life savers. There's no requirement that they be worn by the passengers of a boat of the size of the Robalo while it's underway, correct?
Correct.
The so-called kill switch, there's no requirement that a boat of that size have a kill switch, correct?
No, there's not.
No requirement.
No.
Flares. There's flares on there labeled sometimes expire.
Yes.
Okay. And flares that are expired can still work, although they may not be acceptable under some regulation,
They might still work.
if they're kept in the right condition.
A lot of people misunderstand the rules, though. All the safety gear that's kept on the boat has to be in a serviceable condition, so having unserviceable flares is technically a violation. Do I write tickets for that? No, but I would tell people you need to get rid of those, and it's not easy to get rid of them because it's a hazardous material, but all the equipment on your boat, the safety equipment, should be in serviceable condition.
And do you know whether the flares on the Robalo were in serviceable condition?
No,
You just don't know.
no.
One moment. Cutter Bank Channel in 2022 had no posted speed limit, correct?
It doesn't have a speed limit the way we think about speed limits on the road, no.
Okay. There are channels that do have posted speed limits, correct?
They're the exception, not the norm.
Coming into a marina, for example, might have a sign that says no wake,
It does, yes.
and that means the boat shouldn't generate any waves or wake, right?
Correct.
Some channels, including the intercoastal, have speed limitations, like Malloy Channel in Miami Beach, right?
They do.
Could be a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit in Malloy Channel right here in Miami Beach.
Correct. Again, though, that's the exception, not the norm.
And those speed limits change season to season in some instances, right?
Yes.
Malloy Channel here in Miami Beach has a speed limit at some times of the year that's 30 miles per hour, or 35, whatever it might be. Other times of the year, there's no posted speed limit, right?
Objection leading.
Good. So don't lead, sustain.
Okay. Do speed limits within the same channel sometimes change during the time of year?
Yes.
Okay. Cutter Bank had no speed limits posted at all, correct?
There's speed limits everywhere, just not the way that we associate speed limits on the road.
No posted sign saying speed limit at Cutter Bank Channel back in 2022, correct?
There's not a numerical speed. There's not a numerical speed limit for Cutter Bank Channel.
Neither then nor now.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Hello again.
Hello.
Let's talk about that Robalo.
Okay.
It's not a Grady White, is it?
It's not a Grady White. It's not a CV. It's not a
For
contender.
jurors who may not know,
Okay.
isn't it true that Grady White is considered one of the best kind of recreational vessels that people can have?
I mean, they have Grady White has a good reputation. Yes.
Now that Robalo vessel, which is the subject of this case, even if it's capable of going, say, 54, 55 miles per hour with twin 300 horsepower engines, on the day in question, September 4th of 2022, that vessel was not in the condition like it would be for testing for specifications, was it?
It was not. It was not.
It had a lot more people on it than it would have for testing for the specifications.
Yes,
And those extra people added a lot of extra weight to the vessel, correct?
it did.
And that extra weight caused the bow of the boat to be further down in the water, didn't it?
Yes,
And as a result, that vessel would not have been able to go as fast as what was done when it was tested for the specifications.
correct.
And as a consequence, when we see the speed of that vessel traveling between 43 and 47 miles an hour, that's indicative to you, given the amount of weight on that vessel, that the defendant was operating at full throttle through that channel, right?
So 43, he was probably at the higher ends of the boat's capability with that weight load. At 47, he was, and 47 is an estimate. It could have been 45, but it also could have been 50. It's in my opinion, it's wide open throttle, or very close to wide open throttle. And I back up a little bit. You asked about capability. You should not. Capability has nothing to do with safety or reason, capable doesn't correlate with safe or reasonable.
Gotcha. Speaking of safe and reasonable, you were asked questions about speed limits.
Yes.
Through Cutter Bank Channel.
Yes.
Now, in point of fact, every operator of a vessel in the state of Florida has to obey a speed limit that's set forth in Navigational Rule 6, don't they?
6 and 2, yes.
So let's talk for a minute about Navigational Rule 6.
Okay.
What does that require every operator of a vessel in the waters of Florida to do?
It requires them to operate at a speed that's under the conditions the operator is able to see and identify the risk of a potential collision and still have time, given that speed, to react and avoid the collision.
Given what we've seen from the GPS data that came from the defendant's vessel, he was not operating at a speed that allowed him to avoid the channel marker, was he?
Objection.
Replay assisting.
We've seen the GPS data from the defendant's vessel. Was he able to avoid the channel marker?
No,
He hit it, right?
he did.
And he hit it at almost 50 miles an hour.
Yes.
If not maybe even at 50 miles an hour.
Yes.
And he had it with a bunch of teenagers on his vessel, correct?
Yes.
Is that something like having a bunch of kids in the back of a pickup truck and taking them out for a ride through the open fields?
Objection.
Were they secured?
I'm sorry?
Were those teenagers secured?
Objection.
There are no seatbelts or any other really restraint devices on a boat. In fact, people can move around, shift around inside of a boat.
Now, in terms of the tides that you were looking at, what would be the maximum difference in the water height on that channel marker between the date of the crash and the time of the crash on September the 4th, 2022, and the date and the time when that crash reconstruction was done in June of last year?
A few inches.
Is there any reason to think that the tides obscured anyone's view of channel marker 15 on September the 4th of 2022?
None at all.
Now, you also did a calculation about where the sun would have been in relation to the defendant as he's traversing through that channel.
Yes.
Is there any way that the sun blocked his view or caused glare that would keep him from being able to see channel marker 15?
Seems pretty unlikely.
Is it your opinion that the sun in any way contributed to this crash?
No.
You also were asked about whether or not channel marker 13A, the one before 15, would block the view of channel marker 15 from where the defendant's track was.
Yes.
Did channel marker 13 block the view of channel marker 15?
No, it didn't.
And can you explain to the members of the jury, you talked about how far away
Yes.
the defendant's vessel would have had to be for channel marker 13A to block channel marker 15.
Sure.
From that distance, even if channel marker 13 was not there, would channel marker 15 be visible to an operator of a vessel?
When we were out there that day, channel marker 15 was coming into view as we were passing between markers 12 and 13. And that straight line from 15 through 13 up to the track line where it intersects with the boat's course was several hundred feet north of 12 and 13. So it doesn't seem to me that even if the two had a line, you wouldn't be able to see 15, because even if you could see it, it would have been so small, it would have been behind the marker.
So 13A didn't really ever block the view of channel marker 15, because from the distance where they would align, you'd be so far away, you wouldn't see channel marker 15 anyway.
Objection, I think the
Okay.
prosecutor is confusing 13A with 13.
Okay, start again.
Channel marker 13A.
Yes.
That channel marker does not block the view of channel marker 15, except from a distance where you couldn't see channel marker 15 anyway.
Correct. Where the boat was that day, that's correct, yes.
Now, yesterday, Mr. Shrevenick said, hi, I've not met you before, right?
Yes.
And you haven't met Mr. Shrevenick before yesterday, right?
I have not.
But you didn't mind doing some extra homework for him, did you? Okay. Did you charge him for this work?
No.
You charging the state attorney's office for that extra homework?
No.
But this wasn't the first time you ever spoke with a member of the defense team, right?
Correct.
In fact, you spoke with Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Shrevenick's partner, previously, right?
Yes.
And that actually was on Tuesday, January the 6th, 2026, right?
I'll take your word for it.
I'll tell you what,
Yes.
with looking at this refresh your recollection.
Sure. It looks like January 6th, 2026.
And how long, when did that deposition start and when did it end?
It started at 1:38 p.m. and ended at 5:20 p.m.
So a couple hours.
It was couples 2. My math is 4.
Okay. Nothing else.
Who's counting?
Okay, redo it.
Yes, please. So I want to make sure that we're talking marker to marker here.
Yes.
At one point, the prosecutor was talking about marker 13,
Yes.
then 13A. Those
Yes.
are two very different markers.
They are. I mean, yes. Yes,
Okay,
they are.
So let's be clear with the jury,
Okay.
okay? Because, Carlos, can we have it?
Yep, GH9.
So, Carlos, if you could, read, thumb drive.
The first one of today's.
Nancy? No, I need today's.
Today's?
And yesterday's. Okay. Take a second. Okay. While he's rebooting the computer, let's talk about the view of the pilot, of the operator of the vessel.
Yes.
So, prosecutor was asking about obscure view from the operator's point of view, right?
Yes.
Okay. We talked yesterday about passengers seated in the bow,
Yes.
and I'll use the phrase with their butts on the cushion, right? There would be torsos and heads above the gunnel line,
Yes.
and if they're waving their hands,
Yes.
that combination, in your perspective, would obscure the view of the operator, right?
And it would have been his responsibility to recognize that problem and address it immediately because it caused a safety problem.
Fair enough.
Yes.
But to be clear, it is your view, as you testified in that deposition,
Yes.
that the passengers seated were on the cushions, designated seating by Roballo, simply waving their hands
Yes.
would obscure the view of the marker.
Yes.
And it might mean that the operator of the vessel wouldn't see the marker when that's going on.
Yeah. Yes. That's his responsibility.
And your view is, if you said it 3 times now,
Yes.
it would have been his responsibility to have the girls stop putting their hands up, right?
Yes. You also used the term designated seating. Again, I'm going to refer back to what I said before. Just capability doesn't mean that it's safe, and it's not always safe to be seated in that spot.
Okay. And by the way, if the boat had not alighted with the marker, okay,
Yes.
there'd be no suggestion, nobody would have been injured, correct?
Not given the circumstances that we've had.
This was a
right now.
calm day,
Yes.
right? The
Is
season,
objection leading?
you're right. Describe for the jury the conditions of the day.
So the prevailing circumstances was that the day was a light chop.
Okay.
Yes.
There was still an hour's worth of sunlight.
Yes.
Okay. And this Robalo, it may not be a Grady White,
Yep.
but this Robalo is rated to have even more horsepower than it did.
Objection leading?
Yeah, Janet's a lead.
Okay. Were you able to get that up? Okay, let's do it. Now, let's just do marker 13A. Second one, there you go. Exhibit. We're in exhibit L. Okay. We talked earlier that where 13A obscures 15 is at 6:36:54 p.m.
Yes.
Are you telling the jury that marker 15 was not visible at that time, or it was?
So when I was out there, naked eye, when I was passing between 12 and 13, 15 is just starting to come into view.
So your testimony now is that this is roughly 34 seconds to
Yes.
impact?
Yes.
That at 34 seconds to impact, your recollection is that marker 15 is barely even visible?
Objection leading?
Yeah,
Is
let the
it-
witness testify.
Point blank, is it visible or not with 34 seconds to go?
At 34 seconds up here traveling 43 miles an hour, it was not visible here. It's just coming into view as you cross between 12 and 13. You can see it pretty clearly up here. You can see it very clearly here.
Okay. Yesterday, we showed the jury exhibit, I think it's G,
Yes.
okay? And we're going to put it up, enlarge it. Okay? We see 13,
Yep.
we see 13A,
Yep.
we see 14 and 15 in the distance, right?
Yes.
Are you saying this was not visible on the day of the impact?
Objection leading?
I'm asking, was it or wasn't it visible, 15, on the day of the impact?
I don't know where that picture, what perspective that picture was taken from, or what zoom rating it was on the camera. I'm telling you from naked eye, when I was running the boat, when Lieutenant Thompson was running the boat through the markers here, when we were at 12 and, not 13, 15. This is much closer.
Okay.
This is much closer.
Right.
This is on the approach to 13.
Let's go to the next one. Go to the next one.
Again, it's coming into view here. You can see just a little bit of green marker right there.
Okay. True or
And
false?
This is closer, and I don't know how far you have your lens zoomed in, but this is closer than where the intersection of the lines are.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand from your perspective, with 34 seconds to go to impact, was marker 15 visible to the operator?
It's coming into view. It would be coming into view if it was in front.
And at 34 seconds to go, if it's coming into view, it's still being obscured by marker 13A, correct?
Objection leading?
His leading counsel.
Was it being obscured by 13A?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase. Did the exercise you did for the jury
Yes.
show to the jury that with 34 seconds to go. 13A, obscures 15.
Let me see if I can. For a moment in time, as opposed to going 43 miles an hour to the channel, at an instant in time, this marker 15 is just coming into view, would have been obscured for a brief moment by 13A.
Fair enough. And so, to finish our conversation today, with 9 seconds to go, if the operator had seen the marker, that would have provided sufficient time to avoid the elision.
At
9 seconds to
9
go.
seconds? Yes.
8 seconds to go.
Yes.
7 seconds to go.
Yes.
6,
Potentially.
5,
Yes.
4.
Now he needs to make an adjustment. Under the rules, it says that you have to take early and substantial action. A
Of course,
prudent
if the-
mariner wouldn't wait 4 seconds to make a maneuver.
Okay, 3 seconds might be too late, with 3 seconds to go.
Then you're making an abrupt maneuver with a heavy load on the boat.
And so, if the operator didn't see the marker, for whatever reason, whatever distraction, the operator would have lied with the marker, right?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
One ton of evidence. Thank you. The witness is excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just confirming that the next witness is present.
Next witness, please.
The defense calls Claudia Porto Carrero.
One moment, Ron.
Please step forward, face the clerk. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Keep your voice loud and clear. Microphone's this way, but you
Yes.
that way, okay? Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Hi, my name is Claudia Portocarrero.
And how old are you, Ms. Porto Carrero?
I'm 21.
Are you in school?
Yes.
What school do you go to?
I go to Clemson University.
What are you studying?
I'm studying language and international health.
When do you graduate?
I graduate in May of 2027.
Do you know the Pino family?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us how you know the Pino family?
Yes, I've known the Pino family my whole life. My mom is cousins with Ceci Georges.
Just slow down just a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Do you know or did you know Miss Lucy Fernandez?
Yes, I've also known Lucy my whole life.
How did you know Miss Fernandez?
We went to school together since we were 4 years old at Epiphany.
And before September of 2022, did you know Katerina Puig?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you knew Miss Puig?
Yes, Katy was also one of my closest friends. We also started Epiphany together when we were 4 years old.
Are you still friends?
Yes.
Were you at Ocean Reef with the Pinos the weekend of September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
What were you doing in Ocean Reef that weekend?
That weekend we were celebrating Ceci's 18th birthday.
Were you on a boat on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were you involved in a boating accident that day?
Yes.
Before the accident, were you at a sandbar?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of the sandbar?
I don't remember.
Do you know how you arrived at the sandbar?
By boat.
Who was driving the boat?
George.
So, when you were at the sandbar that day, can you tell us who else was there with you?
Yes. There was 12 girls on, or 10 girls on the boat, I believe. And there was other boats at the sandbar as well.
Do you remember who was on those other boats?
I remember that there was about 4 boats.
Okay. Can you tell us who was on them, if you remember?
Yes, I remember the Suarez family was there, the Fernandez family, the Portuondos, and the Pardos is who I remember.
Okay. Were there also some boys that were at the sandbar as well?
Yes.
Do you remember who some of those boys were?
I remember a few of them. Diego, Nicholas, and Marco is who I remember. But I know that there was probably about 10 of them.
10 in total.
Yes.
Were you consuming alcohol that day?
Yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had approximately?
I don't remember exactly how many I had, but I know I had a seltzer and a beer.
When you were at the sandbar, at any point, do you remember if you ever saw Mr. Pino holding an alcoholic drink in his hand?
No.
Do you remember having any conversations with Mr. Pino at the sandbar?
No.
And at the sandbar, you were mostly spending time with your friends?
Yes.
When you were leaving the sandbar, talk to me about when you were leaving the sandbar and what happened.
So when we got back on the boat, pretty much what I remember is we were dancing on the back of the boat, just really having a great time all together. And then we all took our spots and we left.
And was Mr. Pino on this boat as well?
Yes.
Did he seem intoxicated in any way?
No.
Did he seem impaired in any way?
No.
So this accident, did it happen on the way back from Billy's Point back to Ocean Reef?
Yes.
Where were you sitting on the boat, if you remember?
I was sitting towards the front of the boat.
And so during the boat ride back from Billy's Point, can you describe how that boat ride felt?
It felt like nothing out of the ordinary. We were, again, just all really happy and enjoying our time together.
How did the speed of the boat feel to you?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you ever tell Mr. or Mrs. Pino to slow down or to change the way that they were operating the boat?
No.
And prior to the accident, had you been on a boat before?
Yes.
Do you recall how many times, more or less? I know it's hard to tell, but if you can describe for us how many times you've been on a boat before.
I would consider myself a pretty experienced boater. My family never owned a boat, but I had gone on boats with my friends my whole life.
Had you been on a boat with Mr. Pino before?
Yes.
And this boat ride on September 4th, prior to the accident, did it feel any different than any other boat ride you've taken in your life?
No.
So back to September 4th, that boat ride from the sandbar to Ocean Reef. What were you and the rest of the girls doing during the boat ride?
I just remember we were really happy, singing, enjoying our time together.
So there was music playing?
Yes.
And you mentioned everyone was sitting. Everyone was sitting on the cushion of the boat?
Yes, in the respective spots.
Was anybody sitting, and I learned this term just the other day, so it's okay if you don't know it. Was anybody sitting on the gunnel of the boat? It's like the railing. See that railing over there, kind of the railing of a boat?
No.
None of the girls were sitting on top of that?
No.
Okay. So you were saying that some of the girls were singing and they were dancing in their chairs. Did any of the girls have their hands up in the air?
Yes, I would say a good amount of us probably, as we were singing.
Okay. Now, what happened after the accident, after the impact?
I just remember opening my eyes after the impact and seeing a lot of white. sorry. And the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was George, and I thought he was dead. I just saw a lot of blood gushing, and then my friends were telling me that I had to get out of the boat. And by the time I was going to get off the boat, it was kind of almost flipped. So instead of jumping from the boat, I practically stepped into the water because of how tilted it was. And then I honestly, I don't remember much. I just swam, and I swam to where Ceci was with Gati, and I tried to help her keep her afloat. And then at that point, we saw the rescue boat, and I was just helping wave them down until they were nice enough to help get Gati onto that boat.
Okay, so a moment ago you mentioned that you thought Mr. Pino was dead. This was after the impact. Can you tell us why you thought that? How did he look to you?
Yes, I just thought that because there was a lot of blood gushing from his head and he seemed unconscious.
Do you remember if his eyes were open or closed?
I don't remember.
At some point you said you ended up in the water. Do you remember if anyone said to jump into the water? Did you hear anybody call that out?
Yes. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I know people were telling me I had to get out.
Do you remember if it was a female voice or a male voice that said to jump?
Definitely a female voice.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Judge, I'm sorry, just take a moment. Thank you, Judge. Hi, my name is Laura Adams. Same. I know this is really hard, okay? But I want to ask you a few questions about that day that the boat crash happened, okay? Were you or any of the other girls wearing life jackets, either to the sandbar or on the way back?
No.
Okay. I know you said that you didn't notice if, well, first off, do you see George Pino in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so that our record will be clear?
Yes, he's right over there and wearing a blue tie.
Stipulate.
Oh, so,
I want to ask you if on the day that this incident happened, I know you said that you had consumed some alcohol.
Yes.
Some of that alcohol came from the boat that Mr. and Mrs. Pino brought you there to the sandbar on, right?
Yes, I got my alcohol from that boat and others as well.
Okay. Did you feel like you were drunk, about to pass out?
No.
Did you feel a little buzzed?
At the maximum, but I did not feel impaired.
Okay. But buzzed, right? Happy, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, gotcha. So now you'd agree that maybe people that are buzzed from alcohol are not the best judges of whether somebody else is also buzzed from alcohol, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously at this party you weren't there to hang out with the defendant and his wife. You were there to hang out with your friends and the other boys that were there. Fair to say?
Yes.
So you weren't keeping an eye on everything that the defendant, George Pino, was doing, were you?
No.
And you've known him for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And you had faith and trust that he'd be able to safely take you and your friends back to Ocean Reef for the party that was going to be that night, right?
Yes.
And because you had trust in him, you weren't turning around and looking to be like, oh my gosh, where's this man going to go, were you?
No.
I want to show you a little diagram. It's got a number 11 on it. It's in evidence. I know it's been a long time, but do you think if looking on this exhibit, you'd be able to let us know where you were seated on the way back?
Yes.
Where? Number 12? Why don't you write your name right there by number 12? So, Ms. Parker Carrera, so you're at seat number 12, right?
Yes.
And so if you're at seat number 12, you're kind of actually facing more toward the back of the boat, right?
Yes.
So in order to see what was ahead of you, if you're here at seat number 12, you'd have to be looking like this, right?
Yes.
But you weren't doing that, were you?
No.
Because you trusted that Mr. Pino would get you back safe.
Yes.
Do you remember the, let's say, 5-10 seconds prior to when that crash happened?
I would say 10 seconds before, yes.
And tell us exactly what you were doing then.
I was singing with my friends.
Okay. Did anybody stand up?
No.
In those last 10 seconds, were people holding up their hands to block the defendant's view?
People were waving their hands as they were singing. I'm not exactly sure if they were directly above, but I don't believe so.
Okay. So from your vantage point, there was nothing anybody was doing at the front of that boat that would have made it impossible
No.
for the defendant to see what's in front of him, right?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wait, actually, I did want to ask you something. Showing you State's Exhibit number 1. This was your friend Lucy, right?
Yes.
And you knew her for how long?
My whole life since we started Epiphany, I'm 4 years old.
I'm sorry for the loss of your friend. I don't have anything else.
Questions, Judge?
oh, thank you. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
Defense?
The defense calls Natalia Reed. Natalia Reed.
Please step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You shall give testimony about the people, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You keep your voice down clear into the microphone. And you see it's this way, but the jury's this way, so keep your voice down. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Reed. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Good morning. I'm Natalia Reed.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
I need you to speak up.
Sorry, I'm 21.
Are you in school right now?
Yes.
Where are you studying?
I go to Brown University,
What are you studying?
economics.
And are you currently interning or working somewhere right now?
Yes, this summer I'm doing a management consulting internship
Do you know where? Can you tell us where?
in New York City.
Thank you for joining us this
Thank
afternoon.
you.
Do you know the Pino family?
Yes, I do.
Tell us how you know them.
I went to elementary school with little Ceci, and I've known the Pinos since then. We went to Epiphany together, which was our elementary school.
Did you know Lucy Fernandez?
Yes, we also went to elementary school together.
And before September of 2022, did you know Katy Puig?
Yes, we also went to elementary school together.
Are you still friends with Ms. Puig?
Yes,
Were you at Ocean Reef with the Pinos on the weekend of September 4th of 2022?
yes.
Tell us what you were doing in Ocean Reef that weekend.
It was little Sissy's 18th birthday, and the Pinos had taken us to celebrate for the weekend.
Were you involved in a boating accident that weekend?
Yes,
Did this accident occur when you were on your way back to Ocean Reef from a sandbar?
yes,
And before leaving the sandbar, did you spend some time there?
yes, we did.
Who was at the sandbar that day?
Like, name everyone there, or
From what you remember, yes. Please.
George and Ceci mom, little Ceci, and some of the girls were Claudia, Pao Garcia, Camila, Katy, Lucy, Carolina, Coco, Mia.
Did some boys join you at the sandbar that day?
Yes,
Do you remember some of their names?
yes. Diego Suarez, Marco was there, Nicholas Garcia. That's pretty much who I remember.
Okay. Were you consuming alcohol that day at the sandbar?
Yes,
Do you know how many drinks you had?
I remember having 2 or 3. I don't remember feeling impaired or intoxicated.
And when you were at the sandbar, did you see Mr. Pino with any kind of alcoholic drink in his hand?
No, I did not see that.
And were you mostly spending time with your friends there?
Yes,
Okay. And when you were leaving the sandbar, were you on the boat with Mr. Pino?
yes,
Did Mr. Pino seem intoxicated to you in any way?
no,
Did he seem impaired to you in any way?
no.
And now that boat ride back from the sandbar heading back to Ocean Reef, do you remember where you were sitting on the boat?
I was sitting at the front of the boat. Yeah, at the front.
Do you remember who was next to you?
I don't remember exactly who was next to me. I think Andrea Knopfler, maybe Pao Garcia.
Can you describe for us what that boat ride was like before the impact?
Yes, I remember leaving Billy's Point, which is the sandbar we were at, and driving to Ocean Reef. I remember we were listening to music and talking amongst each other.
The boat ride itself, was there anything unusual about the way that Mr. Pino was operating the boat?
No, I don't remember thinking that.
Tell us about the speed of the boat. How did that feel to you?
Well, I had gone on the boat with Mr. Pino many times before the accident, so I don't remember feeling it going any faster than our past trips.
I was about to ask you that as well. So September 4th, 2022, it was not your first time on a boat.
No.
Can you tell us how many times, ballpark, that you've been on a boat before?
Yeah, my family doesn't have a boat, but some of our family friends, so maybe once a month, once every 2 months, I'd go on the boat.
And did this boat ride on September 4th, 2022 feel any different than other boat rides you've been on?
No.
Do you remember the weather conditions that day?
I remember it was clear skies, there wasn't a storm, sunny,
Do you remember how the water was?
pretty flat, I believe.
Okay. So that boat ride back to Ocean Reef, you said you were sitting down. Do you remember all the girls sitting down?
Yes, I do.
Was there anyone standing up at a point?
No.
And was anybody sitting on the gunnel of the boat, like the railing that goes around the boat?
No.
Tell us a little bit about what happened after the impact.
I remember it coming out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it. I heard a loud hit. I believe I stayed on the boat, so I wasn't ejected. I heard some voices to jump into the water from the boat, so I jumped into the water. And then I remember seeing Big Ceci holding my friend Mia in the water. Mia had some blood on her. I remember Gami Alvarez close to me in the water as well. I remember Mr. Pino with his hands on the boat as it was tipped over at that point. And then a rescue boat came and I got onto that boat.
Okay, so I have a few follow-up questions. So you said at some point you were not ejected from the boat.
No.
You're sitting on the boat and you heard someone say jump.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember who said to jump?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if it was a female voice or a male voice?
I remember it being not just one voice, several voices, but I can't say female or male.
And before you were ejected from the boat, did you see Mr. Pino on the boat?
Yes, I remember for a split second after the accident seeing Mr. Pino laying between the console and the middle of the boat, and his eyes were closed as I remember. Again, it was a split second, so it was a little hazy, but I remember him, he had blood on his head, I think, and I remember thinking he was dead for that split second.
After you got on a Good Samaritan boat, did you see Mr. Pino again?
No. Oh, I guess later, I didn't see him in the water again, but I guess later in the day he came around in one of the rescue boats, I believe.
And you testified earlier that you've known the Pino family, you've known Mr. Pino a long time.
Yes, I have.
Has Mr. Pino ever confused you for Lucy Fernandez before?
No, never.
One moment, Your Honor. No other questions, thank you.
Plus.
Still.
Good morning.
My name is Laura Adams.
Nice to meet you.
I know it's not easy to be here, but thank you for being here. The attorney for George Pino asked you about if you were still friends with Katy Puig. Without getting into details, is she the same girl now that she was before that crash?
No.
It's okay, overruled.
Is she the same girl now as she was?
No.
On the day of this boat crash, was Katy able to walk around and talk and sing and dance?
Yes.
Objection.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. The defense attorney asked you about who drove the boat up to the sandbar and back. I think you said his name was what?
George Pino.
Do you see that person in court today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing so our record is clear?
He's wearing a suit and a blue tie.
Okay.
Stipulate.
So stipulated.
Now, on the day that you all were having this party, it was to celebrate his daughter Ceci's upcoming 18th birthday, right?
Yes.
None of you guys were 21 yet at that point, right?
No.
But Mr. and Mrs. Pino had provided in a cooler drinks, including alcoholic drinks that you all wound up drinking that afternoon, right?
There was seltzers in the cooler, yes.
And those seltzers had alcohol in them,
Yes.
right? And there was some beer in there too?
Yes.
Okay. And the Pinos didn't say, hey, girls, this is off limits, not for you. They didn't do that, did they?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. And so you didn't feel any, fear that you were going to get into trouble for drinking those seltzers or beers, anything like that, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, were you there at that sandbar to hang out with George Pino and his wife?
We were there to celebrate Ceci's 18th birthday.
Were you there mostly, though, hanging out with your friends?
Yes.
So you're not, like, watching George Pino every minute to see how much, if any, alcohol he's drinking, are you?
I don't remember watching to see if he was drinking alcohol, no.
Okay. He wasn't your focus, right?
No.
Your friends were your focus.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, it's been a long time. You're not going to get in any trouble, okay? But that afternoon, do you think that you got to a point where you were like falling down drunk?
No.
Do you think maybe you felt a little buzzed from the alcohol?
Yeah, I remember having like two or three seltzers, so I felt a bit buzzed.
Okay. In your buzzed state, did you tell George Pino, hey, I want to check and see if you're impaired by alcohol?
No.
And do you think that maybe people who are buzzed are not the best shape to determine who else might be buzzed?
I don't know.
Okay. You've been in college?
Yes.
Have you seen people buzzed?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you all were coming back from the sandbar to get back to Ocean Reef, was music playing?
Yes, I remember.
What kind of music was it? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly.
But it was loud enough that you could hear it even over the sound of the engines and the boat going through the waves, right?
Yeah, I remember hearing the music,
Okay.
yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit, and it's labeled as State's Exhibit number 11. It's kind of like a cartoon diagram, sort of the boat and the different seats where people could be. Okay? Do you see on this exhibit a location where you remember that you were sitting when this boat crash happened?
I believe that was at 5 or 6.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, let's do this. We'll put arrow to both. Can you put your name on there?
Sure.
And I'm going to put a little question mark because you're not sure which of those two seats you're at.
I
Is
don't
that
remember
okay?
exactly.
Okay. So pretty much where my finger's pointing to?
Mm-hmm.
This right here. Where you were seated on that vessel, if I were to put myself, let's say, here, in order for you to see what's in front of the boat, you'd have to turn around this way, right?
I'm sorry?
For you to see what was in front of the boat, given where you were seated, you'd have to turn and look kind of behind you to see what's in front of the boat, right?
In front of the boat, yes.
Okay.
I would have to turn to
So where you were seated, if you were looking across, you're looking kind of more toward where the back of the boat would be, right?
Yes.
So as you're seated there, are you, looking around to see what's ahead of the boat, or are you kind of just looking at your fellow friends, things like that?
I was looking at my friends. I wasn't looking at
Okay. And speaking of the friends that were on the boat, there's a a seat number 9 and the name Lucy. Is that where you remember that Lucy was seated that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. After that crash, were you one of the girls that was brought by the police over to an island while, they were trying to sort out everything that had happened?
Yes.
And some of the other girls that were not badly injured were brought there too, right?
Yes.
And during that time, did you see the defendant at that island?
Yes.
And the police, they didn't have him in handcuffs, did they?
Not that I remember, no.
He was able to walk around, right?
Yeah.
Did you have any kind of interaction with him?
I think we had a brief interaction. I don't remember what it was about, but I remember seeing him.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask you, I'm showing you a picture. It's in evidence, and it states exhibit number 1 in evidence. Is this your friend, Lucy?
Yes.
And you knew her for how long?
Since elementary school.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
No redirect, Judge.
Very well, thank you. The witness is
Thank you.
excused. Don't you need a moment?
Yeah, just give me some.
All right. Name of the witness, jury?
Hamlet Rodriguez.
Step forward, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Please affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Take a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name, please, for the record.
My name is Hamlet Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, my name is Mark Shapiro. I think you know that I represent George Pino. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to coming here to court today, do you know who George Pino is?
No.
Okay. Have you ever met George Pino prior to September 4th, 2022?
No.
Do you recall where you were during the Labor Day weekend in September of 2022? That would have been September 3rd, I think, through September 5th.
Yes.
And please tell the jury where.
I was spending a day on Elio Key with some friends on a boat.
And without telling us the last names of your friends, can you tell us what their first names are?
Yes, Marlene and Manny.
And Marlene and Manny are married, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when it was that, let me ask you, you said you spent the weekend with Marlene and Manny?
Yes, we were spending the weekend on the Killard.
Were you staying in a hotel with them, in a home, what kind of thing?
No, they own a property there.
Do you recall when it was that you arrived at Manny and Marlene's house that weekend?
Was Saturday, I think morning.
All right, so that would have been September 3rd then, is that right?
Yes.
Were there some plans that were made at any time Saturday with possibly going out on the water the next day, Sunday?
Yes, we were planning to go out on the boat.
Manny has a boat, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Was the plan that you and your wife and Manny and his wife would spend the day together on the boat?
Yes.
And you are married, is that correct?
33 years, still counting.
Right. Good. I'm not quite there yet, but. And what is your wife's name?
Ana Rodriguez.
All right, so plans are made to go out on Manny's boat Sunday morning. or Sunday, the next day. Were there any specific plans, if you recall, as to where you would be going, what you would be doing, that kind of thing?
Yeah, there's many places to go, but that day we decided to go to Elliott, specifically to Billy's Point.
Had you been there before, Billy's Point?
Thousands of times.
Very popular place for
Yes.
boats, shallow water, correct?
Yes.
So people can get off the boat when they get there, right? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's only ever probably waist deep when at its deepest point.
Objection
Is that
leading.
correct?
Don't even use it, please. Thank you.
It's a nice place to go to spend the day.
Yes.
Now, on your way back from Billy's Point, do you recall before leaving approximately what time you left Billy's Point?
It was around 6:40, 6:45 that we decided to go because we were having electrical problems at the boat.
Was there some, were the lights affected by this problem on the boat?
Yes.
And explain, if you will, for the jury, the significance of lighting on the boat. Which specific lights are you talking about?
Because we were an hour away from our destination, so we were planning to go before the sun come down.
And what is your understanding as to the lighting requirement on boats when the sun goes down?
Yes.
What's your understanding of what you need to do?
Yeah, we need lights to be able to go on a boat at night.
And that's so other boats can see you for safety reasons, right?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Don't leave it.
Did at some point, do you recall the route that you took back to Key Largo from Billy's Point to Key Largo?
Yeah, we were going to the channel, going to from Elliott to the Keys. So that's what we saw the incident. At the moment we arrived, there were one boat. It was very crowded. They have many people on it, and there was another boat that was upside down, and it was a man hanging there. As soon as we arrived there, the other boat was shouting to us as, shut down the engines, shut down the engines.
Let me just stop you for a moment. This other boat, had you ever seen that other boat before?
No, only that day.
Did you make any assumptions as to who the people were on this other boat?
I have no clue.
Did you see people in the water as you drove up to the area?
I saw a man hanging to the boat that was upside down.
Did you see on this other boat anyone who you thought might have been passengers on this boat that had been turned over?
The only thing that I saw was the boat. It was crowded. It was too many people on that boat. I have no idea what's going on. I thought it was an accident that just occurred.
Can you describe the way the boat that the man was hanging on to? Was it still floating or was it turned over?
No, it was upside down.
So that the bottom of the boat is facing up, is that right?
Yes.
When you see this man hanging from the side of the boat, did you recognize that person?
Nope.
Had no idea who that person was?
Nope.
Did you even know if it was a man or a woman?
No, I saw it was a man.
What did you do at that point?
As soon as that we arrived, when they started shouting again, shut down the engines, it's because there was somebody's missing. I have no idea what's going on. So we shut down the engines and we started drifting again with the boat. There was an accident. My friend Marlene started shouting, "Look under the boat! Look under the boat! Under the boat!"
Who was she shouting to?
To the guy who was hanging on the boat.
And just for reference, Marlene is Manny's wife?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
So he went on the boat, and we were approximately 50 feet away.
Who went under the boat? Who went
Miss-
under the boat?
The guy was hanging into the boat.
All right.
So when he went in, he brought someone, and I jumped into the ocean right away, trying to help him. And as soon as I approached to him, he passed me the person. I have no idea who I was saving.
So just to break it down a bit, when Marlene was shouting to look under the boat, what did you see the person who was hanging on to the boat do?
He went under the boat right away.
And after this person goes under the boat right away, what is the next thing that you see this person do?
When he went on the boat, he came out. I jumped into the ocean. I didn't think. I react.
When the person came back to the surface, was this person holding another person?
Yes.
Could you tell if the person that was being held was a woman or a man, child, teenager, anything like that?
When I approached to him when I was swimming and he passed me the person is when I find out it was a girl.
Did you swim all the way to where the man was by his boat?
Yes.
And when you reached the man by his boat, what happened at that point?
When he passed me the girl, when I was found out, I tried to help her in a way because I used to be a swimmer and play a lot of water polo when I was a kid, so I knew how to manage. So I put her arm into my other arm and lifted her head so she will not drown. And I was trying to swim where the other boat that was crowded, that was on the way, but the current was so strong I couldn't handle it anymore. So I was drinking a lot of water until the other boat came to me and they hacked into my right hand and took me to the end of the boat to take the girl into their boat.
When you say that you were drinking water, does that mean salt water?
Yes.
And you mentioned another boat. Can you be a little bit more specific? There was a large boat with a lot of people on it. Are you saying there was yet another boat that approached?
Objection leading.
Just trying to set the stage, Judge.
Well, I was swimming without to see where I was going specifically because I was trying to be away from the boat that was in the accident, and I knew there was a boy. The boat was coming into my direction of where I was. So as soon as he hung in my right arm, that's why right away I had a feeling that they were helping me.
All right, so just again, this other boat, you said there was somebody in that boat that grabbed your arm?
Yeah, the boat that was crowded full of people.
Right. Which boat are we talking about here? Are we talking about the large boat that was full of people
Yes.
that came to you?
Yes.
Or the smaller boat came to you and grabbed your hand?
No, it was a small boat. It was not a bigger boat.
Okay. Someone on that small boat came and took you by the arm, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And what happened when they took you by the arm?
They took me at the end of the boat, but right away I was telling, please, put the engine in neutral because I was going into the back. So I was afraid that, it was cause something else. So they grabbed the girl, Lucy, and right away I pushed myself out of it until my friends came to pick me up.
You mentioned Lucy. Did you know the name of the girl that you were helping at that point?
No, I knew Lucy. I knew it was Lucy the next day.
How did you find out the name was Lucy the next day?
When I wake up, my phone was ringing nonstop. There was a lot of people calling me because there were some friends at Ocean Reef that were at the moment that weekend. They were communicating with my wife that night she stayed because when we arrived at the Keys, I didn't want to stay at the Keys. I didn't feel good at it. So I told my wife, I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. So I went home that night around 8 and 9 o'clock, and I went to bed right away. So the next day there were a few friends calling me asking me what happened because I didn't know what was going on. And I find out that Lucy, it was Angelito and Tere's granddaughter. By the way, I know them very well. They were my neighbors.
Okay, so the granddaughter of the individuals that you spoke about, are they related to they're obviously we're talking about the Fernandez family, is that correct?
Yes.
Let me take you back to having handed Lucy off into this other boat.
Yeah.
After Lucy is placed onto the other boat, what did you do at that point?
I pushed myself out of the boat. I started swimming in the middle until my friend came to pick me up. I was so tired. I was feeling so terrible about what's going on because it was a girl, and there's so many things that came into my mind at that time. When it came to my friend boat, they gave me water. I was so thirsty because I was drinking so much salt water. I told them, hey guys, our job is done here. We cannot do anything else. We are an hour away from home. We need to go. We have no lights, so we decided to go.
So you left before police arrived to take any information?
Yes, it was like around 5, 6, or 7 minutes past 7.
Mr. Rodriguez, did there come a point that when you learned the identity of the man that was hanging on the boat and eventually handed you Lucy Fernandez? Did there come a time?
Yes, the next day.
Okay. And who was that person?
Mr. George Pino.
Other than seeing Mr. George Pino at the boat that day, did you see him at any other time since?
No.
Would you be able to recognize him if you saw him today, for example?
Yes.
Do you see him in this courtroom?
Yes.
Please point out and describe a piece of clothing that he's wearing.
Yeah, he have a blue tie and a black suit.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sure that must have been a really traumatic event for you.
Yes.
Have you replayed that day in your mind over and over again?
Yes.
Now, the defendant that you identified here, he didn't immediately go under the boat to look for Lucy, did he?
He did right away.
Once you told him to.
No, I didn't talk to him. It was Marlene, the one that was screaming.
When he hears Marlene screaming, he goes under the boat?
Yes.
Were there other people nearby that were also telling him to go under the boat?
Means other people who?
Like other people in other boats that were yelling to him to look under the boat?
We were the second boat there. It was only the boat was carrying the girls and us. I didn't see any other boat.
Okay. So, in the moments that you're looking at this man, you don't notice if there's another boat with a couple of men on it telling him to look under the boat?
No.
Okay. Now, when you jump into the water after you see him pull Lucy out from underneath the boat, he hands Lucy to you.
Yes.
So you're the one that actually saves her to the extent that you get her to another vessel, right?
Yes.
And once she gets on that vessel, do you notice if people start trying to do CPR on her?
No.
Did you leave before anybody started doing CPR on her?
I was not be able to see anything inside of the boat. I was in the water.
Okay. And at any point in time, did the girl who you were taking from where that boat that was upside down, did she ever appear to be awake or aware of what was going on?
No.
No other questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, the witness is excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
sir. Yes. Do you have another witness you'd like to call?
Yes. David Rodriguez.
What was the name, sir?
David Rodriguez.
Thank you.
This is Biscayne. Do you swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Take a seat.
All right, so please keep your voice up. Microphone's this way, yours this way, so you have to keep your voice up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Please
Good
introduce
afternoon.
yourself to the jury.
My name is David Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, you know that I'm Mark Shapiro and I represent George Pino. Is that right?
I do.
You and I, prior to today, have had some interaction in connection with this case, correct?
Correct, yes.
By the way, Mr. Rodriguez, did you happen to notice the gentleman that was walking out of the courtroom as you were walking in?
I saw a gentleman going out here.
His last name is Rodriguez as well. Is there any familial relationship with that person?
No.
So just coincidence of the last names?
Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez, are you a boater?
I am.
Would you consider yourself an avid boater?
Yeah, I think I am.
What type of, do you own a boat?
Yes.
Did you own a boat in September of 2022?
Yes.
Now, you have a cousin who owns a boat as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall if you were actually on a boat during the Labor Day weekend in September of 2022?
Yes, I was using my cousin's boat.
Can you describe what your cousin's boat looks like, the make and model, if you know?
It's a 30-foot Cobra Cat. It's a center console, twin engine.
Do you recall what color it is?
It's white.
Does your cousin still own the boat?
Yes.
And do you know where your cousin stores or keeps that boat?
At his house.
In Miami?
Yeah, Miami.
On September 4th, 2022, do you recall being in the Upper Keys area, Key Largo area, Isla Mirada?
Yes, Island Router.
What were you doing that day?
I was in the sandbar.
Was somebody with you?
Yeah, a friend of mine.
A young lady?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall approximately when you got to that sandbar that day, more or less?
Probably like at 9 a.m.
Now, being that you were on your cousin's boat and that boat is kept at his house, how was it or where was it that you put his boat in the water?
I launched the boat on Crandon Park Marina.
Trailered it over there?
That's correct.
From Crandon Marina, you drove the boat to Isla Mirada.
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long or how much time you spent at Isla Mirada that day?
Since the morning that I was there, the whole day, probably to like 5:30.
Do you recall what the conditions, the weather conditions and sea conditions were that day?
It was like a very clear day, perfect seas, perfect day, basically.
How would you describe the performance capabilities of your cousin's boat that you were on that day?
It's like a high performance center console. It's pretty fast compared to regular boats.
How many engines are on that boat?
Twin 400 horsepower engines.
what do you think the top speed is of that boat? If somebody wanted to open it up.
Probably 80, the 80s.
I realize it's your cousin's boat, but have you ever driven that boat at 80 miles per hour?
I have, yes.
Do you recall if on September 4th, 2022, at any time, you got anywhere near that speed?
Not around that speed, but the 60s.
So between Crandon Marina and your destination at Isla Mirada, at some point were you cruising in the 60 mile per hour range?
Yeah, for a couple minutes maybe, and average speed 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour.
Was there anything about the weather conditions that made it unsafe on that day with those conditions to drive at that speed?
No, it was like a beautiful day, you know.
May I approach your Honor? Mr. Rodriguez, I'm showing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A16, A17, A18, A19, and A20. I'd ask you to take a look at all of these exhibits and let the jury know if you recognize what's depicted in these photographs.
Yes, that's the picture of my cousin's boat, his house.
And is this the boat that we've been talking about this morning that you were on the day of September 4th?
That is correct.
And do these pictures accurately reflect what your cousin's boat looked like on September 4th, 2022?
They do. It has different motors in that picture and the date of the incident, but yeah, it's the same boat.
So the motors on the date of the incident versus when these photographs were taken, what is the difference between the motors?
These are more modern engines, more powerful, but that's about it. Everything else is the same.
What about the color? The color of the...
Yes, these engines, the other engines were white and these were black.
So the engines pictured in defense exhibits A16 through A20 are black engines, and
that's right.
And the engine colors on the boat on September 4th were white. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry. Oh yes. If there's no objection, I'll move these into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection.
See what's been previously marked
You can make it a
for
composite. if you like.
identification
No?
as defense. A16 is now defense exhibit M.
And Mrs. Mary?
M as in Mary. At A17 defense exhibit N as in Nancy. A18 defense exhibit O. A19 defense exhibit P. A20 defense exhibit Q.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, these state's exhibits that you just looked at, these are pictures of the back of the boat, correct?
That is correct.
Or defense exhibit. You said
Defense.
defense.
Defense exhibit. There's also one of these exhibits, Defense Exhibit Q, which give sort of a lengthwise view of the vessel, is that right?
Yes.
At some point that day, you and your friend decided to head back north to go home, is that right?
Yes.
Was the route that you took on your way back home the same route that you took on your way down to the Keys?
That is correct. Yeah.
And what was that route?
I left Crandon, and I all intercoastal, went under the Carsound Bridge, and all the way to Isla Mirada by the intercoastal on the bay side.
So then on the way back, the same route, is that correct?
Exactly the same route.
At some point, you start to near the area known as Cutter Bank, is that right?
Correct.
Were you coming, there is a channel at Cutter Bank, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. That's yes, correct.
At what point are you able to see the channel at Cutter Bank that day?
Once you go under the Carsound Bridge, heading north, you can see it. It's probably 2 or 3 miles out, but you can see from far, you can see, I guess it means I know the direction already, so I'm looking for it, but as you get close, it's not very visible from that length, but you can see it, yeah.
Do you recall what speed you were cruising at while you were at Card Sound?
Probably like 55.
Same speed that you were cruising at on the way down?
Yes.
More or less?
Yes.
And, pardon me, was there something that caught your attention before you reached the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, when I passed Carsound, and I was driving maybe 2 minutes after I passed Carsound, 2 or 3 minutes, I saw the keel of the boat, the bottom of the boat, from far away, and I figured somebody had capsized or had an accident, so I sped up to where the boat that I was looking at.
So from 55 mile an hour cruising, more or less, you increased speed from that point?
Yeah, I went like 70 after that.
Were the conditions at that point of the day safe enough for you to cruise or drive your boat at 70 miles per hour?
Yes, they were.
Had the conditions not been safe enough to cruise at that speed, would you have done so?
No, I would have not.
So at 70 miles per hour, you are now heading toward the area where you see a keel of a boat. Is that right?
Yes.
Did it appear, it seems obvious, that there was a capsized vessel? Is that what you were seeing?
Yes.
From your position when you first saw the capsized vessel, you were unable to, were you able to see anybody in the water or around this capsized vessel?
Not from the distance on.
At some point, did you get close enough that you were able to see people in the water?
Yes, when I approached, yeah.
And in fact, were there people in the water as you approached?
Yes.
How many, roughly?
There was mostly girls, teenage girls. In the moment, I didn't know how many, but around 10, 11 girls.
Did it appear to you, Mr. Rodriguez, that you had arrived within minutes of this accident having happened?
I feared yes, because everybody was still swimming, and it was like chaos. Everybody was screaming, and so I figured I was fairly a couple minutes before it happened.
At some point, did you have any interaction with someone who later became known to you as George Pino?
Not at the moment I arrived.
Describe to us what you did in the moments or minutes before having interaction with Mr. Pino.
When I arrived to the scene, the other girls were in the water, and there was a lady, and she was telling me that there was a missing girl. So I started, I didn't even speak to her. I just started looking for the girl, like idling in the boat, going with the current. More or less, I figured the current had taken her, so I'm idling around looking for her.
Could you describe what this woman looked like who told you that there was someone missing?
I don't remember exactly like her face, but I know she was bleeding. I remember the blood in her forehead.
Did this female person look to be a mature woman or a teenager?
No, mature woman.
After hearing this mature woman say that there's someone missing, what did you do?
I started idling in the boat, going in circles, going with the current, trying to spot the girl that was missing.
At some point, did you come into contact with someone who you believe was the operator of the boat?
Yes, after the girl was found, yes.
And what did you have any interaction with that person?
Yes, I did.
Did you at any time find out the identity of who that person was, who you believe the operator was?
Yes, when I rescued him.
Let's talk about your efforts to rescue this person.
Okay.
First of all, did you ever find out the name of this person at some point afterward?
After the accident?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or after you rescued? I think you mentioned that a few moments ago. Is that right?
Well, after I rescued, I didn't know his name exactly, but I spoke to him.
All right. All right. So we'll get there in a moment, but describe for the jury what was involved with you rescuing the operator of the boat.
He was hanging from his boat, and the current has taken him far from the scene of the accident. So he was far away from me. I don't know exactly the feet, but maybe like 150 feet already. The current had taken him, and I saw that he was getting away, and everybody was, well, the girls obviously in the incident, and at the same time that I was looking at him, I was calling the cops at the same time. So I didn't know if somebody called cops or reported the incident. So I started heading towards him, and I told him to get on the boat.
Let me stop you right there for a moment. You mentioned a moment ago that this person was hanging from the boat. Can you describe a little bit more precisely what you mean by that?
He was hanging, the boat was capsized, and he was hanging like from the gun of the boat, from the side of the boat, with his two hands like that.
I see. Was anyone else hanging onto the capsized boat as well?
No.
Just this individual, is that right? And you could tell that it was a male person?
That's correct.
Did you have any communication, oral communication with this person?
Yes, I did.
Tell me about that.
I was telling him to get on the boat because the current was taking him. And
did he respond to you when you told him to get on the boat?
at first, no. I had to kind of talk loud to him, like, hey, get on the boat.
What was his reaction when you told him to get on your boat?
He looked like very in shock.
Very what? I'm sorry.
Like in shock. Like he wouldn't, he was like in shock.
Okay. Did it seem to you as if he was comprehending what you were saying to him?
Yes. Yes.
And can you describe, from your view, what it means to be looking like he's in shock?
He was just hanging from the boat, and he was like crying. So I figured it was, and some big accident happened, so I figured he was in shock,
Did eventually he come onto your boat?
Yes, he did.
How much effort did you have to make, or how many times did you have to ask this person to come onto your boat before you finally did?
Like twice, because when I asked him the first time, he didn't answer, and then I asked him again, and he was asking for if all the girls were okay. And I told him, get on the boat, all the girls are okay, get in the boat, and then he started swimming to the boat.
So before he would get into your boat, he wanted to know if all the girls were okay?
Yes, he did ask me about the girls.
Mr. Rodriguez, I want to refer you again to these pictures of the boat that you were on that day. Is it easy to get in that boat from the water?
It's really not. It's really not that easy to get on the boat.
Your Honor, may Mr. Rodriguez step down for a moment?
Just keep your voice up, thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm handing you what is Defense Exhibit M. hold this up. You can use my pen as a pointer if you like. What I want to ask you is if you can orientate the jury a little bit to the configuration of the back portion of your cousin's boat. First of all, these are the two engines I'm pointing at, the two black. That's pretty obvious, right?
Right.
Can you tell me what this steel-looking bar is and what it does?
This is a tie bar. So what it does is helps the motors steer evenly. So one motor doesn't steer more than the other when you turn at high speed.
When the boat is in the water, does this tie bar remain above the water or does it go below the water?
No, it remains like the water, like 6 inches above the water.
So while this boat is floating in the water and it's still, there's 6 inches between the surface of the water and this steel bar. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I presume this steel bar is not flexible in any way. Is that correct?
No, it's a full stainless steel solid bar.
Now does your cousin's boat have an entrance ladder or an entrance ramp?
This will be a little platform here at the entrance.
Okay, I'm going to show you a larger picture. This is Defense Exhibit Defense Exhibit M that we've been looking at. And now I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit N, which is a little bit of a closer shot. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And still closer, I'm going to show you what is Defense Exhibit O. And that's probably the closer shot even of this entrance ramp. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. So is there any way to get on your cousin's boat other than using this ladder, this ramp?
No, that's the entry point of the boat.
Now there is a device under the what would you describe that as? A
swim platform.
Swim platform. So there's a device under the swim platform. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that movable at all?
This, yes. This is, you push it down your hand with your foot, you get it on it, and automatically it retreats back once you climb into the swim platform.
So let me show you what is in evidence as Defense Exhibit P as compared to Defense Exhibit O. And please describe for the jury what we are seeing in Defense Exhibit P.
The swim platform has this little step on the bottom, similar to, you're not familiar with it, just, so you put your foot on it, and you press on it, and then step down, and automatically retreat back into this position once you let go.
Now, when an individual wants to get onto your cousin's boat, they would have to do so from the rear portion of the boat, correct?
That's correct.
Where the engines are.
Correct.
Where the tie bar is between the two engines, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, describe for the jury physically what a person would have to do if they're trying to get onto this boat from in the water.
You have to get into the front bar, like kind of like on the water, and then you have to hang, like in deep water where we were. You have to hang from the hatch. You see how two little handles here, like two little holes in the swim platform. So you grab there very tight with your foot, and kind of you got to be strong, like you get up because you don't have an actual grab bar.
So what you're saying is that. What you're saying is that once the step is deployed, there's no grab bar on the hull of the boat itself anywhere. Is that right? So is it an awkward angle to grab anywhere on the deck in order to lift yourself up?
It is.
And why is that?
Because your body, you're putting yourself, and then you're here. And you got to push yourself kind of up, to then grab into the top of the boat. But first you got to push yourself up. So yeah, it's not a little hard to get in the boat.
Are you familiar with ladders getting into other center console boats, for example?
Yes.
Are there typically easier ways to get into boats?
They are.
This is not one of them, is that right?
No.
Do you have any idea why this step, this deck here is designed this way for this boat?
We did it, it was a March 40 look, so that was the reason for the looks.
Okay. So you've got to be, there's a method then in order to get into that boat. Is that right?
That is right.
You may return to your seat. At some point, did the operator get onto your boat or your cousin's boat?
Yes, he did.
And how did he get on the boat?
He got on by the SWIFT platform that we're talking about.
And he did it in the manner in which you've just described for the jury?
Yes, he did.
Was the operator able to negotiate the steel bar between the two engines?
Yes.
He did that successfully?
Yes.
Was he able to deploy the step on the swim platform?
Yes, I gave him instructions how to get in but he did it after I told him where the step was.
So he followed your instructions that were given?
That is correct.
And was he able to physically leverage himself onto the swim deck as you described to the jury a few moments ago?
Yes.
Now, once this individual is on the swim deck, again, as depicted in Defense Exhibit O, how was the individual able to get into your boat?
Yeah, once he got in the swim platform, he pushed himself up. He just stepped into the boat.
Did you observe any difficulty that this person had getting into the boat?
No, I didn't.
Did you notice any difficulty that this person had swimming under the steel tie bar as he was approaching the ladder?
No.
Did you notice any difficulty that this person had getting onto the swim deck itself before getting into your boat?
No.
Once this individual was inside your boat, did you notice, did he have any injuries?
Yes, he had a cut in his head and he was bleeding. Once he came into the boat, that's when I saw it.
Do you recall whether you or your friend that was on the boat with you, do you recall if anybody gave this person any first aid for the cut on his head?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury what you did.
When he stepped into the boat, he was facing me, obviously, and I didn't see any injuries. So I checked him. He was kind of like nervous. So I checked him, and I turned his head around, and he was bleeding in the back of his head.
What type of first aid did you provide once you noticed he was bleeding from his head?
I had a towel next to me, and I put the towel in his head and put pressure on it.
Did you attempt to clean the wound?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I put pressure in the towel and cleaned it and took the towel to look again, and then he was bleeding, so I hold the towel there and I hold it for him there.
Were you able to resolve the bleeding at that point?
After, I'll say like 5 minutes of me holding it out, the bleeding slowed down. Yeah.
Mr. Rodriguez, did you have any preconceived notions as to how this accident might have happened before the individual got onto your boat?
I figured they had hit the piping, but that was about it. Yeah.
Did you have in your mind why this operator might have hit the pilot?
Normally when that happens is somebody's impaired or drinking or that type of thing comes to your head, That's my thing. That's what I thought.
That's what you thought at the time?
Yes.
With that in mind, were you making any sort of specific observations to either confirm in your mind that this person was impaired by something or to discount that altogether?
To be honest, I did.
And what did you do?
When I was cleaning him, I got really on purpose close to him because I figured he was probably drinking, and I tried to smell something, I guess, just to be curious. And that's what I did.
Did you notice an odor of alcoholic beverage coming from this person?
No, I didn't.
Did this person appear to be unsteady on their feet while they were in your boat?
No.
And were you speaking with this individual?
Yes.
And was this individual speaking back to you?
Yes.
Did you notice if this individual had slurred speech?
No.
Was there anything about this individual, after paying attention to him for this reason, that led you to believe that he might have been impaired by alcohol?
No.
At the point that this person was on your boat with you, had any police vessels arrived?
No.
In fact, you had to call just to make sure that someone in fact called the police, is that right?
I asked, after I got there, other boats started getting there, and there was like a commotion going on. So I screamed, asked anybody call 911, and everybody was like not answering, so I called 911.
Do you recall at some point that day a helicopter flying overhead?
Yes.
And how long after you brought the individual onto your boat did you notice the helicopter overhead, roughly?
Roughly like 15 minutes.
And this person remained on your boat with you and your friend for 15 minutes?
And more than that.
Okay. For those 15 minutes between the time that he got onto your boat to the time that you saw the helicopter. He remained on your boat at that point.
That is correct.
Do you recall taking any videotape of this person while he was on your boat?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, you and I met earlier today so that I could show you what a videotape or what a video was on this particular thumb drive. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
Did you have a chance to look at this video and view it for yourself?
Yes.
I'm handing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit A15 for identification purposes. How do you know that this is the thumb drive that you viewed with me earlier today?
The state has no objection to it just being admitted.
Okay.
No objection. Let the clerk.
A15, mark for identification, now Defense Exhibit R.
Thank you. I'm going to get this queued up if that's all right, Your Honor. Just hold on for a second. Mr. Rodriguez, do you recall what your reasoning was or why it was that you took videotape?
I just took the video because the helicopter was like at the top of the boat. And I took a short video. I didn't want to on the phone.
This was with your iPhone?
That's correct.
I'm assuming it's an iPhone. Was it an iPhone?
It was.
All right. If you wouldn't mind stepping down for a moment. How long is this video, more or less?
6 seconds or something.
Come on over here so you can see. Whenever you're ready, Rose. Hold on right just for a second. Can you remove that? Picture. Now, just quickly, Mr. Rodriguez, just to follow up what you said earlier today, the engines in this picture are white. Is that right? And that's the only difference between this boat.
Correct.
I mean, the only difference is between the boat as it was then, September 4th, and then as it is when those pictures were taken.
Correct.
That's it. All right, go ahead. One other thing. Do you see this boat in the background here?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did you know any of the individuals on that boat?
No.
Did you have any interaction with the individuals on that boat that day that you recall?
I don't recall. I don't exactly remember the boat, but it's a similar boat to the one that got next to me when we were looking for the girl that was missing.
This is the video that you took. That was a quick video, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We'll play one more. Mr. Rodriguez, the individual that is standing in the video in Defense Exhibit R, that's the individual that you rescued from the water, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see that individual in court today?
Yes.
And will you please identify him?
Gentlemen.
Gentleman in a blue suit with a blue tie?
That is correct.
We'll stipulate that's George Pino, Your Honor.
So identified.
So, this is Mr. Pino, of course. In addition to the head wound that you mentioned earlier, were there any other injuries that you noticed?
That was the biggest injury that I noticed. If you see in the picture, you can see like a hump on his head there.
Why don't you show your
Right here. You can see kind of white. You can see like the hair was, when I was behind him, you can see the cut there. He had that big bump in his head.
So there was a large bump?
Yes.
On his head? Were you able to see into the laceration itself, into the cut itself?
No, I put the towel and hold the blood, but I could see it was a decent sized cut. Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to turn your seat? And again, the video, the timing, from a timing perspective, that helicopter had not yet evacuated anyone at that point, is that correct?
No.
Do you know if that helicopter ever evacuated anyone from that accident scene?
Not the helicopter.
Okay. There was an evacuation, how?
The helicopter dropped a first responder, I guess, paramedic, and they left on a boat after that. Mr. Rodriguez, is there a timestamp on that video that we just saw? I'll have to look at my phone or find the video. That was a while back.
Okay. Do you have your iPhone with you today?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, may I ask the witness to look for that? Just double check on the state.
I have a lot of pictures from that time. Let me see where you find it.
That's September 4th, 2022, of course.
I have the pictures here for the date, but I don't know why it's not giving me the correct time. It's saying I took the picture at 10 a.m. and it's obviously in the afternoon.
All right. Well,
I found another picture that has the time on it.
what does the time say?
This picture says when I went to rescue him. A picture that I have, it says 7:04, but I don't see the time on the helicopter review.
All right. So if that's all around the general time frame that you rescued Mr. Pino from the water, we're talking about 7:04.
I'm sorry, I found the video. It's 7:14.
7:14.
Yeah.
Now, that video at 7:14, Mr. Pino had already been on your boat for 15 minutes, I think you said. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So the photo, the picture that you just mentioned, that is timestamped 7:04, that probably is closer in time to when you actually rescued Mr. Pino from the water, correct?
Objection pleading.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. Can you give an estimate based on viewing the pictures that you just looked at as to what the time was when Mr. Pino got onto your boat?
Well, now I saw the time, but in the moment I'm not keeping track of the time. But after I took that picture of him in the water, before I rescued him, 2 minutes after he was on the boat.
All right. You mentioned 7:04. Does that sound right? That's
Yes.
what the picture says anyway.
Yes.
At some point that day, did you deliver Mr. Pino to a police boat?
Yes.
And after delivering Mr. Pino to the police boat, did you have any further involvement that day with this accident?
No.
Stand by. I'll just get this back from you. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I don't have further questions.
Let me ask you, Ms. Adams,
Yes.
can you give me an approximate idea?
3 minutes?
Oh,
Ish?
thank you.
Hi, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hello.
I want to ask you a question. When you were scrolling through your phone, can you go back in your photo log to the different images you took from that day for us?
Yes.
Okay, would you do that?
Yeah, I have 3 pictures.
Okay. Do you mind if I look?
No, not at all.
Okay.
You see Mr. Pino?
Okay. You got to keep your voice up. I'm sorry. I know I'm close to you, but
You can see in the picture Mr. Pino
Okay.
hanging from the boat.
all right. What else do you have?
I have another picture. This is the video you just watched.
Yes.
This when I was on camera. And this is the other picture, basically the same, just a different angle.
Okay. Your Honor, I want to just for demonstrative purposes, see if you can show that image, please, to the jurors.
Okay.
May the witness step down? Yes. And we'll probably have to do it twice since your phone's not humongous, okay? So why don't you show the jurors the photograph that you took? And is it possible to see where the person that was holding onto the boat is? Can you, stretch it out so we can see? When you first see something in the distance that lets you think, oh my goodness, there's maybe an emergency there, about how long does it take you to get from where you are to the scene of that emergency?
5 minutes.
Okay, so from 5 minutes away, you were able to see signs of people being in distress, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted to get there as quickly as you could because you wanted to help.
That is correct.
Now, even though you were going pretty fast, you weren't even going at the top speed that your cousin's boat could go at that time, were you?
Almost.
Close to it.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to help somebody.
That's correct.
You weren't going there because you wanted to go have a dinner party, were you?
No.
And you didn't crash in anything on the way getting to help somebody, did you?
No.
Okay, nothing else.
Nothing further, Judge? Nothing.
Oh, very well. Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you.
You're excused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes. We're going to be having lunch until 2:15. 2:15, it's 5 minutes to 1. Right now, 2:15. We'll return to the jury room on the 7th floor after lunch. Please do not discuss this case with each other. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Or with anyone else. Please, no research or investigation. If you see any of us outside of this courtroom, we're going to ignore you. If you have any issues or concerns, please bring them to Renee's attention. Reminding everyone in the courtroom, anyone wearing a juror badge, please stay away from. And if you're discussing the case, please find a quiet, private place to have those conversations. All right, very well. We'll see you at 2:15. If you'd all wait in the courtroom just for a moment for the jury room.
Ron.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be on lunch break until 2:15. Thank you. before I bring the jury in, can I give you a line if we have some other witnesses?
Yes, Judge. Our next witness would be Mrs. Pino. Pino.
Okay.
You think that'll take us to the end of the day?
Okay.
I think. Yeah. And then tomorrow we would have medical Dr. Barrett and Mr. Mescalato, who we didn't examine. There may be a logistical issue with him that we would discuss in terms of whether he can appear remotely. It's a 5-minute examination if he can do it remotely. And there may be additional witnesses, but we expect that we would wrap up tomorrow
as well.
We would wrap up tomorrow.
Okay. All right, very good. Okay then.
Before the next witness takes the stand, I wanted to bring to the court's attention that I think it was on June the 5th, I had filed a motion for an order in limine regarding some photographs that I had gotten, I think it was the night before or something, and I believe some of those photographs the defense wants to witness.
Yes.
I've identified a number of them. The majority of the photos that they have, tell you what, you take your podium, I'll take mine.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, you're fine. So I can tell the court that they are defense A25, A26, A24,
I don't know if it's
A29, hold on. A30 and A31. These were photographs that were mentioned in the state's motion for an order in limine. I think when they were provided to the state, they were provided with a share file that was listed as something along the lines of quote-unquote context photos.
Okay.
Whether that, I mean, not that that's really relevant, but I think that's what the defense is using them for, and I don't think that they're relevant.
2 of those are day of photos? Did you mean to include those?
No.
The day of, there's 2 there.
No, I didn't.
I'm not sure if you knew that.
That's not the
All right,
day
so
of.
which one
Those are
do
day
you
of?
have an objection to?
This is the day of?
If so, yeah.
Or the same picture? You want 2 of the same?
They're a little different. That's okay. Might not be. And then that one. The last one there. With the crown.
Oh, yeah.
So these, I don't think you meant these.
Let me just double check.
Because they're a bathing suit?
Yep, yep, yep. Judge, the 2 that I would object to actually are defense A25 and defense A24 and defense A26.
So there's 3 of them that
Yes,
you have
Judge.
an objection to?
Yes.
They're not on the
All right, so A25, A24, excuse me.
I have to, can I see it? Yes. Judge, these photos, these 3 particular photos are context photos in the sense that testimony has already come out in this case about the relationship between the Pinos and the girls that were on the boat, and the Pinos and the Fernandezes. And these photos just corroborate that testimony, just like the state, through their witnesses, introduced photographs that corroborated testimony of their witnesses and videos that corroborated testimony of their witnesses. These are a limited amount of photos. We're not bringing a cavalry of 100 photos that show how close the families are. It's 3 photos, and it just corroborates that testimony that's already out in the trial and that we presume will come out through Mrs. Pino. That's it. And go ahead, sorry. Well, I'll let you go, and the relevance of it is the Miller case. I'm assuming that Your Honor wants the relevance of it. In the Miller versus State case, in looking at the mens rea element, the people on the boat, the relationship between Mr. Pino and his family and the people on the boat is relevant for the jury to consider in determining how he acted, what was in his mind that day. For example, in Miller, the court said, how could it be logically inferred that I have the direct quote right here, actually. Let me just read you from the case.
Could you tell us the site, please?
Yeah. Miller versus State, this was cited in our motion to dismiss. It's 75 Southern 2nd, 312, Florida Supreme Court, 1954. I'll just read it to you. Can it logically be argued that with the defendant's wife and baby sitting in the front seat by him, that his act in pulling out of the line of traffic was gross and flagrant and evinced a reckless disregard of human life? If any inference may be drawn from the conduct, it must be an inference that the act was the result of a momentary lapse of memory, inattention, or mistake of judgment, for the simple reason the defendant knew that such an act would place in jeopardy not only his life, but the life of his wife and his own flesh and blood sitting beside him on the front seat. This is not the kind of situation where the alleged gross and flagrant act endangers only the life or safety of another, and where the actor and his loved ones would remain unscathed, such as would be the case of firing a gun indiscriminately down a busy street, as suggested in the state's argument. When considered in the light of every fact which was before the jury, the inferences attempted to be drawn by the state, and upon which their entire argument for affirmance rests, are unreasonable, illogical, and do not naturally flow from such evidence. That's it. The point is that the relationship, who these people were on this boat, Mr. Pino's actions that day, in the context of who the people are on the boat, is important for the jury to know and to understand how close these families were. That's why it's relevant. Go ahead.
Thank you. The state introduced photographs to corroborate information that was part of the elements of the offense. The defense hasn't really explained, other than to say that these are photographs that show that there was a close relationship. I don't see how the close relationship has any bearing on the elements of this offense.
What occurred that day?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to understand what relationship do these photographs have to corroborate the testimony about what happened that day?
Well, it corroborates Mr. Fernandez's own testimony that he's known Ceci Pino his whole life, right? And it gives the jury an image of how close these families were. And all of the girls on the boat, Mrs. Pino's on the boat, George is driving the boat, Mr. Pino is driving the boat. So knowing who all those people are is a factor, and their relationship to Mr. Pino is a factor that the jury should consider when they're assessing, did he intentionally, consciously disregard a danger that he knew existed? Would he do that? Is that something that he would do, considering the relationship between the girls on the boat and him? Is that something that the jury, that is something that the jury should consider, and they should have that for context?
I would just say, Judge, that once again, it feels like the defense is defending against charges that are not filed against Mr. Pino. There's no allegation he deliberately ran into the channel marker. The allegations are that he took a course of action intentionally, that the ultimate result was unintentional, but he intentionally was the one who was navigating the vessel, choosing what speed at which to operate that vessel. So I don't understand how this relates to an argument that, well, he wouldn't intentionally try to harm his family or his friends or children of his friends.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it with these photos. I don't see the connection to either corroborating, testimony at that time. I mean, you have a photograph here. I don't know who all these people are. Is it the Fernandez family and the Pino family in the photo?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
That's right.
And I would also point out that if they were to introduce those photos, it may open up a door to me bringing out some information about how the Fernandez family feels about the Pino family at this point in time, and why that photograph is no longer an accurate depiction of their feelings toward the Pinos. So there's that.
Have you considered,
Well, our position would be that it wouldn't open the door to that, because what's relevant is what's in Mr. Pino's mind.
we don't know what's in Mr. Pino's mind.
But the jury has to determine that, right? Because there's a mens rea to this. So the jury's sitting there and they have to look at the evidence, judge, and determine what was in his mind. This gives them the context
At
to
the
do
time of the
Yeah,
events.
exactly. So anything after that, how people feel about him now or anything like that wouldn't help the jury decide what was in Mr. Pino's mind that day.
I'm still having trouble with the connection. So I'm gonna 824 and 826 deny. I'll think about an 825. I'll reserve an 825.
Your Honor, when Your Honor is saying denied, does that mean that this court is going to sustain the state's objection to them being
Yes.
admitted?
Yes.
Okay.
They're not gonna be admitted, because they're on a motion and I'll reserve right now. I wanna hear the testimony.
Judge, just to be clear, I'm sorry, 824 is just a picture of a previous boat trip with some of the girls on the boat. Your Honor is not allowing that in?
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I inquire which exhibit number is the one you're holding, please?
This is 825. I'll reserve on 825. When we get towards the end of the testimony, then I'll readdress it in sidebar.
Well, I would get into that earlier, I think.
Excuse me?
I was going to get into that earlier in the testimony. I could wait till the end, I guess, to get into it. Yeah.
That's it?
From the state, yes, Your Honor.
Everyone please be seated. Thank you. All right, defense. Next witness, please.
Defense calls Cecilia Pino.
your voice nice and loud into the microphone, even though it's in one direction and the jury's in the other direction. Okay.
Can I move this together?
So I'm going to unplug anything.
No, we're good.
We're good?
Okay.
Very good.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Pino.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ed Armelino. I represent your husband, George Pino. You've met me before?
Yes.
We've discussed this case before?
Yes.
Last week, you testified in front of the jury, correct?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you've ever testified in a trial?
Yes.
Is it safe to say you're nervous?
Yes.
So let's start easy. Can you please turn to the jury and tell them your name?
My name is Cecilia Pino.
And how old are you?
I am 51.
How long have you been married?
We've been married for 25 years.
And who are you married to?
George Pino.
Can you point to George in the courtroom and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a black suit and a white shirt and blue tie.
Do you need water or tissue?
No.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I work at my husband's company. I'm in charge of marketing and social media and event planning.
So, what's the name of your husband's company?
State Street Realty.
Did you go to college?
I did.
Where'd you go?
I went to the University of Florida and I graduated with a marketing degree.
And do you do marketing now for your husband's company?
Yes.
Prior to working for your husband's company, did you have other jobs?
I did. I've worked in retail. I worked in public relations in a public relations company. I worked in pharmaceutical sales.
And then eventually, how did you come to work for his company?
When he started the company, I wanted to help him, and I had a public relations and marketing background, so that is what I do for the company. I send out press releases, work on Instagram and social media and marketing, and any events I help coordinate.
Do you and George have any children?
We do. We have 2 daughters,
And what are their names?
Carolina and Cecilia.
And when were they born?
Carolina was born in 2003, and Ceci was born in 2004.
When they were born, did you take any time off work, or did you work through that? How did that work?
I did. I was in pharmaceutical sales at the time, and my husband and I decided that I would stay home and raise my girls.
Did you, as they grew up, were you involved heavily in the schools?
Yes. Both my girls went to Epiphany School, which is also where George and I went. And I was very involved in the school. I've always been involved in their schools, whether it's as a room mom, the mom when they play soccer, like in charge of the team mom. They eventually went to a different school, and I was a mentor liaison there, which coordinated when new families would come. I would help connect those families to existing families, and I was involved there and in their extracurricular that they did for the school. I helped. They called me there the soccer mom as well.
You said you were a room mom. What does that mean?
Room mom is like when each class has a parent, a room parent. It can be a dad as well, and you help the teacher coordinate if there's activities, or you're the liaison between the teacher and the parent.
So as a room mom, did you become familiar with any of the students that were in the class?
Yes.
And were any of those students friendly with your daughter?
Yes.
Do you remember at Epiphany any of the girls who you were a room mom for that class?
Yes. My girls have had a lot of their friends have been lifelong friends from their days at Epiphany and high school too.
And we'll get there, but eventually on September 4th, 2022, there was a boating accident, right?
Yes.
And how many girls were on the boat that were friends with your daughter?
There were 11 girls on the boat, and so Ceci has had a relationship, my daughters from Epiphany, when they started in pre-K 4 with most of these girls. Katy, Claudia, Lucy, Natalie, Carolina, they all went to Epiphany together.
And when they went to Epiphany from that young age, did they come over your house a lot too?
Yes.
And when they would come over, would Mr. Pino be there too?
Yes.
Did Mr. Pino know those girls?
Yes, we have known those girls, and we've loved those girls since they were little.
And let's talk about your husband a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were married for 25 years.
Yes.
So, when you, where did he go to college?
George went to FIU.
And what did he do after that?
He...
Judge of relevance, Your Honor.
George has always had, he's always worked, and after college he got into property management, and property management is, you have like a big business park, commercial. He worked for a company and he was a property manager for that company, so he was in charge of making sure the landscape was maintained, the buildings were maintained, making sure the tenants were happy. If they needed the building painted, they would let him know. So he was very good at building relationships with people. Eventually, that company had a real estate division, and people saw him, and they kind of brought him over to the real estate division, and that is how he got involved in commercial real estate. And he's loved that job. He's very good at it. He's a people person and a very hard worker. And he opened up his company in 2011.
So he opened that company up after he learned the ropes first through
Yes.
the years?
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th, 2022, were you and your family members of the Ocean Reef Club?
Yes, we were.
And how long were you members of Ocean Reef Club?
We've been members of the Ocean Reef Club since 2004.
Right, you were what's called social members, right?
Yes, we were social members, and we would spend a lot of our summers there. We would go there. We actually found, George found a house that they rented to us for, I think it was like $1,000 a month, and we would go there for, it started first just going weekends, and then we eventually started going, we'd rent for like 3 months. And George would commute back and forth because the commute wasn't even as, it was sometimes better than our Kendall home too.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
So you said George, meaning Mr. Pino, would commute to Ocean Reef Club and then back to your home?
Yes.
And your home was in Miami-Dade?
Yes.
And was Mr. Pino working through the
No.
summer while that was happening?
Yes, what I meant is he would sometimes commute, like while the girls and I, if we were there in Ocean Reef, he would commute from Ocean Reef sometimes to work because the traffic is sometimes better, that was faster that way than from our Kendall home to the route.
Okay, so depending on where he was going then?
Yes, yes, but we would spend the summers there, and you know, my friends would laugh because he would, when he would take off time, it would be, they would call it Camp George, and he's always been very active, very involved with the kids. He loved to plan, you know, today we're gonna wake up and we're gonna play pickleball and tennis, and we're gonna go on the boat, and we're gonna go snorkeling, and I'm more like, I like to just relax and read a book or something, and he was always been very active and loved to do any activities that were going on.
So you mentioned a boat. The blue boat, I think. There's a big one on it. Showing the witness what's been marked as for ID. Marked for ID as Exhibit 1H. Just for reference, this boat is the boat that was in the accident on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so prior to this boat, did you and your family own another boat?
Yes, we did. It was a yellow boat.
No, just demonstrative. The other boat that you owned previously, what kind of boat was it? Do
It
you
was
remember?
a yellow robalo as well.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked for ID as Exhibit A22. Well, I'm showing, the state, yes. Showing the state. Now showing the witness what's been marked as A22. Mrs. Pino, take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is our yellow boat.
Is that the boat that you previously owned to the blue boat?
Yes.
And you've seen this picture before?
Yes.
So did it offer A22 into evidence?
No objection.
Without objection.
A22, marked for identification, Defense Exhibit S.
Just can the witness step down?
Sure.
Mrs. Pino, if you can join me over here.
Just keep your voice up now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm publishing Exhibit S now. For the jurors, Mrs. Pino, you can kind of step here so you can see. Do you see numbers here on the engine?
Yes.
What are the numbers there?
225.
And do you know what that means?
The motors have 225 horsepower.
Okay. Thank you. So as members of Ocean Reef Club, you had that boat at Ocean Reef Club?
Yes.
As members there, did you oftentimes vacation with some of your friends?
Yes, we
Like who?
we had a lot of friends that were members, and Andy and Melissa were members, and we would see them there in the summers a lot, and that's really where the girls hung out a lot. And we would always take friends. We always had girls with us, and a lot of the parents of the girls would also attend Ocean Reef, and we'd see them there and hang out with them there.
Okay, and for clarity, when you say Andy and Melissa, you mean Andy and Melissa Fernandez?
Correct.
And when you say the girls, who are you referring to? Are they kids, adults?
Lucy, Ceci, Katy, Coco would come with us. All the girls we've taken there before.
Okay, and on any of these trips, is this where it would be kind of like Camp George, like you said?
Yes.
So, how long have you personally known Andy Fernandez?
Andy and I were friends since Epiphany, and when we both attended.
I know it's hard, but I couldn't hear you. I don't know.
I'm
Please,
sorry.
take a second.
He and I went to elementary school together in Epiphany.
In Epiphany, right?
Yes, Epiphany School.
And how would you characterize your friendship from that point forward?
He was my best friend.
Did he know Mr. Pino that long?
No.
When did he meet Mr. Pino?
I believe Andy and George got to know each other after I started dating George. Some of the other boys that I was friends with knew George from family. They had known each other since they were little.
And were your families close, meaning your family and the Fernandez family, when you were little?
Well, my mother was the secretary at Epiphany School, so his parents knew my parents like that.
What about through high school and college? You guys remained friends?
We were very close through high school, all through college. Andy read at my wedding. We were always very close friends.
Your families would vacation together, correct?
We
I'm
would
just
see-
leading, Your Honor.
Would your families vacation together?
We would see each other at Ocean Reef in the summers and hang out together.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward a little bit now to the weekend of Labor Day in 2022, okay? You remember that weekend?
Yes.
So what was the plan for the weekend?
We were celebrating my daughter's birthday, and we were going to have some girls. We had rented a house, and they were going to stay with us, and we were going to go have a day of activities, and then end it with a party, a dinner, at a place called The Point.
Before that, though, on Saturday, did you host any kind of party or dinner at your house?
Saturday, the girls had the night before, they were at a Columbus Beach Bash party. So I drove from Ocean Reef because I was there. I drove down and met them at my house. We drove to Ocean Reef. And then that night, we went to, I had made lasagna, and we had a dinner party at my house with the girls and the boys.
And how many people attended the party?
Around 20.
You cook for everybody? Lasagna?
Yes.
So, in the house that you rented for that weekend, you had girls staying there?
Yes.
How many girls do you remember?
Saturday night, there was about, it was 9 girls stayed at the house because one of the girls stayed with her parents that evening, and 2 of the girls showed up on Sunday.
So, you had, how many girls did you say?
9.
9 girls, and you and Mr. Pino, that's 11, right?
Yes.
So how did you get to 20 people at the party?
We had the boys, the group of boys. It was about 6 or 7 boys that came, and there was 2 other couples with us.
Okay, and they were there that weekend as well to
Yes.
celebrate?
Yes.
So let's turn now to Sunday. How did the day start?
We woke up and we watched a virtual mass, and with whoever woke up, and we went to play pickleball. George had arranged like a little pickleball tournament with the girls and the boys and the adults.
Well, let me stop you. You said you had a virtual mass. What does that mean?
You watch mass on the computer versus going out to Key Largo.
And who watched it?
I believe it was George and myself, Ceci, Sarah and Andrea had already gotten there. I think Claudia and Pao.
So a few of the people there.
Yes.
And then after that ended, what did you guys do?
We went to the pickleball courts, and George had arranged a pickleball tournament with the boys and some of the parents as well.
So the pickleball tournament, you said with the boys. Do you mean including the boys or only the boys?
Including the boys. It was the girls, the boys, they all played.
And some of the adults were there?
Yes.
Okay, so now we know pickleball tournament happens. Was that successful?
Yeah.
Everyone have fun?
Yes.
And after that, what happened next?
Then we went back to the house, everyone changed, and we had lunch and we left on the boat.
Now, was the plan that the girls would go with George on the boat?
Yes.
Were there enough seats on the boat for every girl to sit?
Yes.
Did you, do you know where you guys were intending to go?
Elliott Key.
And what were you going to do there?
Anchor, hang out.
When you say anchor, you mean like at a sandbar or something
Yes,
like that?
yes.
And did you prepare anything to bring to the sandbar?
I always make sandwiches, and I take chips.
Did you pack any drinks?
I did not pack any drinks.
But there were drinks on the boat?
Yes.
And
yes.
do you know who packed the drinks?
I believe George and his friend.
And those drinks included alcoholic drinks?
Yes.
And you knew that everyone there at the sandbar was going to share a few drinks or whatever, right?
Yes, yes.
Now, do you know how many people in total were at the sandbar?
36, I believe.
Did you actually prepare a list of the people you recall being there?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the witness what's marked
I don't
as...
object it being admitted, Judge.
No object? Okay. Offer defense A21 into evidence.
A21, marked by D, now becomes defense exhibit T.
I'm showing the witness defense exhibit T. Mrs. Pino, is this the list that was prepared of the people at the sandbar?
Yes.
And how many girls were there at the sandbar?
13.
And how many boys?
8.
And the when we say girls and boys, what do you mean by that? Like non-adults?
The teenagers, yes.
Or under 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then where it says adults, how many people were at the sandbar?
15.
And were all, to your knowledge, these people sharing in alcoholic beverages at the sandbar?
Yes.
So I'm just going to publish this quickly. Can you see this list? The 15 adults included you and George, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't 15 plus you two, it included you?
Right.
Okay, it also included Andy and Melissa were there?
Correct.
Now, at the sandbar, you testified, I think last week you had 1 to 2 Prosecco's and, how do you say it?
Chambord.
Chambord. What is that?
A liqueur.
Like a flavor thing?
Yes.
So when you had those 1 to 2 drinks, did you yourself feel impaired?
No.
Did you feel like you were buzzed?
No.
How long were you there at the sandbar?
2 or 3 hours.
Now, at the sandbar, do you know if Mr. Pino was drinking alcohol?
I didn't see him.
Why didn't you see him?
I just didn't. When we were there and I was hanging out mostly with the wives, I didn't notice if he was or wasn't having. I honestly don't remember or I didn't see him.
All right, so you, when you say you didn't see him, did you physically see him?
Yes, he was there. Everybody was together. It wasn't, I know he was there, I just don't.
And let's go back to the list. Hand that list back. Of the 15 adults approaching the witness with defense exhibit T, when you say it was talking to the wives, how many wives are there that you were hanging out with?
5, 6 women.
Okay. Can you say their names?
Yes. Lourdes, Margie, Tiffany, Melissa, Kelly, and Kelly's friend.
You and George would go to sandbars often?
Yes.
And when you would go, would this be common for you to hang out with the wives and George to hang out elsewhere?
Yes.
But you know now that Mr. Pino told the police that he had 2 beers after this accident occurred, right?
Yes.
Would that be something that would be common for him to do at a sandbar?
Yes.
And you've been married to him for 25 years?
Yes.
You've observed him have 2 beers over a couple of hours?
Yes.
when he does that, does Mr. Pino seem drunk to you?
No.
Does he seem buzzed?
No.
Before leaving the sandbar, you both got on the same boat, correct?
Yes.
And you actually, did you sit next to him?
Yes, I did.
I don't object to this, Committee Judge.
No objection, Judge. I'll offer 827 and 828 into evidence.
827, mark for identification. Now, Defense Exhibit U. 828, Defense Exhibit V, as in Victor.
Thank you. So I'm showing you U and V, Defense Exhibit U and Defense Exhibit V. Are these the same exact photo?
Yes.
What's the difference between the two? Why are they two different exhibits?
This one looks like if it's from the phone, and this one is just zoomed in.
What do you mean this one is from the phone?
This one has the date and the time.
Why don't we go and show the jury if that's okay with you? Sure. Thank you. So I'm going to sit so I can get closer. You kind of. Okay, so you got two photos here. Are they the same photo? Okay, so why are they two separate exhibits? What is that?
I need you to keep your voice up. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
This one has the date and time, here, and that one is just
So that time on Exhibit U on the top left there, what does that time say?
80.
What does that time reflect? The screenshot?
Yes.
Okay, and then what is this date here? September 4, 2022?
Correct.
What is that?
The date.
Is that the date the picture was taken?
Yes.
And then what about that gray time there underneath that? What number does that say?
6:30. It says 1831. It's not, but it's 6:31.
That would be 6:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And you can sit. Mrs. Pino, that's you on the left there?
Correct.
And the person there with the white hat, who's that?
That's George.
That's George. So you were sitting right next to Mr. Pino on the boat, right?
Yes.
So before you left the sandbar, what did you do?
I got on the boat and I was cleaning up.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Try to speak into the mic.
I got on the boat and I was cleaning up the boat. I was picking up the trash, the chips, the cans, and putting them away.
When you say the cans and stuff, you mean the empties that
Yes.
were on the boat?
Yes.
And that's before Mr. Pino actually drove away from the sandbar?
Yes, that's correct.
So at some point, did Mr. Pino come onto the boat?
Yes.
And when he did, before you guys sat in your seat, did you interact with him?
Yes.
And you
Yes.
observed him up close?
Yes.
And did you believe that he was impaired by alcohol?
No.
And if you did believe that, would you have let him drive the boat?
No, I would never have.
Why not?
Because I would never put myself or any of those girls at risk.
And one moment. Judge, I believe there's no objection. I'm going to offer out of order 829, 830, 831, 832, and 833 into evidence.
All right, without objection.
it was been marked as 829, becomes defense exhibit W. 830 is defense exhibit X. 831, defense exhibit Y. 832, defense exhibit Z. 833, defense exhibit 2A.
Okay, Mrs. Pino, I'm going to go through these with you. Defense Exhibit W. Do you recognize who's in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
Cammy, Ceci, and George.
Wait, your name's Ceci. When you say Ceci, you mean your daughter?
Yes.
And do you know when this photo was taken?
The day of the accident.
Is this at Billy's Point at the sandbar?
Yes.
In the public check? Showing Defense Exhibit X. Do you recognize the people in this picture?
Yes. Yes.
Who are they?
Carolina, Lucy, Coco, Claudia, and Ceci, and George.
And where's George?
He was doing compartment stuff.
Okay. And was this taken on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
Was this before you left Billy's Point to head back to Ocean Reef?
Yes, it was.
Give me a second. Okay, kind of do these faster so we can just, okay. This is defense Y, defense Z already in evidence, and defense 2A. You recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And were they all taken on September 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Were they all taken at the sandbar?
This one was not.
Where was this one taken?
We were leaving out of Ocean Reef because you could see the house or condo there.
Okay, so the boat's idling here?
Yes.
Okay. And the published judge?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Pino, just going back a second, when you testified earlier that you were cleaning up the boat, picking up empties, were there a lot of empties on your boat?
Yes, there were.
And why?
When the kids were mostly hanging around the boys and girls and whoever is around the boat, usually they just throw whatever you're drinking on that boat. You're not going to hold the whole time. So we had whoever was hanging around the boat would throw it with adults.
Did you observe that?
Yes.
Now, on the way back to Ocean Reef, you said you were sitting next to Mr. Pino?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was sending a text to the moms of the, right before we left, the girls were all dancing and singing. And I was videotaping them and I was sending the video to the moms. And the little blue line wasn't going through.
And Defense Exhibit V, you want a tissue?
I'm fine.
Okay. This one, this is the picture of George driving the boat and you're
Yes.
sitting next to him?
Yes.
You're kind of looking down, right?
Yes,
Is that you on your phone there trying to send a message?
yes.
And you know who took this picture?
Mia.
Now, you're trying to send this message and it's not going through. Did you get messages through though? You were sending some pictures or no?
The video went through later.
It went through later. Okay.
Yes.
What's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is being on the side of the boat. Being on the side of the boat, and there were a couple girls in front of me, and I told them to jump because water was coming on the boat. So I told them to jump. And then I remember coming out of the water, like getting my head out of the water and seeing Mia and Cammie. And I grabbed Mia. And Mia's she's bigger than me, she's taller than me, so it was hard for me. And there was a cushion floating. And Cammie was there, and I asked Cammie to give me the cushion so I could hold Mia. And I was holding the cushion and leaving Mia on me. And I remember just turning around and seeing some of the girls and saying, "Who's missing? Who's missing?" And I heard a name. And I just remember seeing a boat, some boats coming, a big gray boat, and I told the girls, "Swim to the boat, swim to the boat." The girls swam to the boat, and again I said, "Who is missing?" And that's when I heard that it was Lucy missing. And I was just in the water, and another boat came, grabbed Mia from me, and they took Mia to the big boat, and I was just trying to find Lucy in the water. And then that little boat came and got me on the boat. And then from...
So let me stop.
Okay.
Let me take you back. Take a sip of water. So, you're trying to send a video, right?
Yes.
Next thing you know, you said you were straddling the side of the boat?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 11. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this the Robalo?
Yes.
Do you see here in pink where it says Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
I have a blue pen here. If you can just mark down like kind of where you ended up. The next thing you remember, you said straddling the side of the boat. Just write your name. Okay. You put a blue circle with a C and wrote Mrs. Pino. Here. You wanted the girls to jump out of the boat?
Yes.
Is that because it was sinking?
Yes.
Now, at this time you're in the water, what are you feeling? Chaos?
Yes, we were in the water. I had Mia and Cammie, and I just remember turning around and seeing some of the girls and just, you know, I knew I had to get them. I didn't see anything near us, and I knew I had to get them to somewhere. So I remember just seeing a big gray boat coming towards us and going like this, and that's when I told the girls, "Swim to the boat, swim to the boat." And they swam towards the boat, and that's when I remember asking again, "Who is missing? Who is missing?" And that's when they told me that Lucy was missing.
Were you rescued by that little gray boat?
No,
Which boat rescued you? Do you
a
remember?
little boat. The gray boat was a big boat where the girls were, and there was a little boat that came and grabbed me up from me, took me up to the big boat, and then came to get Cammie and I.
When you were on that boat, did you see Mr. Pino?
When I was on that boat is when I finally saw George by the boat, by our boat.
So the whole time you're in the water, do you even think about Mr. Pino?
No. No, I didn't. I was just thinking of the girls.
And when you first saw him, what did you see?
He was just a little head bobbing by the boat. And he just looked, like he was just shocked, and I just saw his little head.
After the accident, did you suffer any injuries?
I did. I had a gash in the front of my head.
Were you taken from the scene?
Yes, I was taken from the little boat. They took me to, I don't forget where, but I was airlifted by helicopter to Jackson South.
And while this is going on, did you see your husband at all?
No.
So did you have any idea what was going on at the scene at this time? You're no longer there?
No.
When's the next time you saw Mr. Pino?
I saw him the next day. I checked myself out of the hospital and I got home and I saw him at home.
And do you know if he went to the hospital?
Yes, he did.
Did you observe that he had any injuries?
Yes, when I saw him, he had staples in his head. His teeth were fractured. His elbow had stitches. He had a gash on his leg.
Showing the witness what's marked as A23 for identification. Mrs. Pino, have you ever seen this picture?
Yes,
What is it a picture of?
my husband's teeth,
How do you know that?
because it's my husband.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what his teeth looked like after this accident?
Yes.
Judge, I'd offer A23 into evidence.
No, Judge.
823, mark identification, now defense exhibit 2B.
After the accident, did Mr. Pino go back to work immediately?
No.
Did he take some time off?
Yes.
Do you remember how much?
It's his company, so it probably took him months, and his partner would come. George, after the accident, was very different. He would just stay in bed. He was very depressed and anxious, and he would sleep, and it took him a long time before he could get to work, and even to this day, he's not completely.
Objection relevant, Judge. Sustained.
It took him a while before he could go. Sorry.
Question, sorry. A moment. Judge, can we have a 5-minute recess?
You have more questions?
Just a few, but
All right, we're gonna take just a couple of moments. Actually, can I have the jury go into the jury room?
Sure.
A couple of moments, all right. Please leave your notepads at your seats if you would. Step into the jury room, do not discuss the case.
Judge, to the side. Well, I just don't want to go from the where I can. Unless you want. Yeah, exactly. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All rise.
Everyone, please be seated. Thank you. All right, counsel, you can continue.
Thank you, Judge. Mrs. Pino, only a few more questions for you. I want to show you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 13. These are answers to interrogatories that you signed in a civil matter.
Yes.
Now, on the last page, which is page, are there page numbers? Okay, well, the last page, is that your signature there?
Yes.
And the date is what?
October 19, 2023.
Now, does it say, I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the United States? You see that paragraph?
Yes.
What does the last part of that sentence say? Can you read it?
Foregoing interrogatories are true and correct to the best of my knowledge.
And at the time that you signed this document, were all the answers in this true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And why, how can you answer questions if you don't have a recollection of how the accident occurred?
Because that is how I understood the accident occurred, because that's what my husband told me.
And did you have any reason at the time to doubt that?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mrs. Pino.
Thank you.
Ross.
Mrs. Pino, you signed a document under the penalty of perjury that the crash happened because of the wake of another vessel, correct?
Correct.
You didn't answer saying, my husband told me that this is what happened, did you?
No, but the question doesn't say that I saw anything.
Describe in detail, this is from State's Exhibit number 13 in evidence. Describe in detail how the incident described in the complaint, meaning the accusation, happened, including all actions taken by you to prevent the incident. Your answer was, while returning to Ocean Reef, a vessel passed heading in the opposite direction. The vessel caused a wake, and then the accident occurred. That's what your answer was, wasn't it?
Yes.
And then you were asked, describe in detail each act or omission on the part of any party to this lawsuit that you contend constituted negligence that was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question. And your answer was, the wake of the unidentified vessel headed northbound was a contributing legal cause of the incident in question. That was your answer, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, obviously, you've been married to the defendant for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And it seems pretty clear you love your husband.
Yes.
You have 2 children together, although they're now adults, right?
Yes.
But growing up, your husband was a good father to them, wouldn't you agree?
Amazing.
And in fact, he was active in raising them, right?
Yes.
He helped pay for them to get a good education, correct?
Yes.
Some of the best private schools in Miami, right?
Yes.
And you and your husband raised them to honor the church, right?
Yes.
And to be religious?
Yes.
And that meant teaching them right from wrong, correct?
Yes.
And it also meant teaching them things like taking responsibility for your actions, correct?
Yes.
And it also meant teaching your children that actions have consequences, didn't it?
Yes.
But your husband isn't just your husband and the father of your children, he's also your business partner, isn't he?
I work for him.
And certainly with him being the chief executive officer at State Street Realty with $1.75 billion in sales, certainly you would agree that he's in a better financial position to make money than you are, correct?
He's the breadwinner.
Okay. And throughout your marriage, you all have enjoyed a robust social life, haven't you?
We're social, yes.
And you have many friends that you've socialized with?
Yes.
Correct? Gone to parties?
Yes.
Played pickleball?
Yes.
Played tennis?
Yes.
Group gatherings?
Yes.
Boating trips together?
Yes.
Membership at Ocean Reef Club?
Yes.
Your husband, in fact, was even on the Orange Bowl committee here in Miami, right?
Yes.
Now, on the day that his boat crashed into that channel marker, you've already explained to us in your testimony that you had 1 to 2 Yetis with Prosecco and a splash of Chambord, correct?
Correct.
But in your interrogatory that you answered under oath, you indicated that you had 2 servings of Prosecco, each with a splash of Chambord. Not 1 to 2, you answered 2, correct?
If that's what it says there.
Do you want to look at it?
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So you said in your interrogatory that it was 2 servings, not 1 to 2, correct?
Yes.
Now, your life has changed immensely since your husband crashed into that channel marker, hasn't it?
Yes.
Showing counsel states 5W and 5X.
Judge, can you stop her?
Hold on a minute, let me see which one. All right, come on over here for a moment.
Pino, I'm showing you State's Exhibits 5X and 5W.
Yes.
Have you seen these images before?
Yes, I have.
Are these photographs that were taken in December of 2022?
Yes.
Of you, your husband, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
I move States 5X and 5W for identification and evidence.
Over objection.
Right, so noted, pending over objection.
5W, micro ID, now State's Exhibit 117, 5X 118.
I'm sorry, 17 and
117, 118. 18.
These are the images of your grieving husband and just a couple of months after this horrific crash, correct?
Objection, Judge.
overruled.
Can I explain? That was,
I didn't have any questions right now.
The question
She
was,
wants to explain her response, counsel.
Okay, I understand if I can just get back to the podium first. What's your explanation?
so the first picture, there was one picture that was taken when we went to get away. For the past 8 years or so, my family, along with Gogo's family, and actually the Fernandezes have gone before, and so have the Puigs. We would go to the Panhandle and vacation there. And this particular year, in 2022, of course, we didn't want to go. The families encouraged us to go, and we went because it was good for the girls and to get away from all the noise, and so we did. And my girls needed that, and my husband, being the incredible father that he is,
Objection to narrative.
we went, and he stayed indoors most of the time. And that particular picture was taken when you go to the Panhandle. There's little towns. We stayed in Seaside, and you can drive to Rosemary Beach, and that's where that picture was taken. We went with Claudia's family as well that day. And my eldest posted that picture because it was probably one of the first times she had seen her father smile in a long time.
Okay.
And she posted that picture.
Thank you, Judge. Now, when
Can
you
I
were...
explain the second picture?
Go ahead.
The second picture is my girls' high school that they go to. Their senior year, they don't. Their senior pictures are not traditional pictures where you have the gown that you wear and pose. You take family photos, so you go to the school and you take a family photo. And my eldest was home from college, and we had to take the picture in December because it's when she was home. And our family got together and we took that picture. That picture was actually posted in March when her best friend's family sued our family. And the motto, she puts in the comment, "Love conquers all," which is their school motto. Love conquers all.
Now, I noticed that when the defense attorney was asking a lot of questions, you were crying quite a bit. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Your daughter, little Ceci, your namesake, she wasn't badly injured in this crash, was she?
No.
It was not your daughter that was very physically injured in this crash, right?
Right.
And it wasn't your daughter who died as a result of this crash, was it?
No.
It was Lucy's family who lost a child, not yours. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Counsel, interrupt?
Just briefly.
Sure.
Mrs. Pino, did you love Lucy?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question about the interrogatories.
Yes.
Approaching the witness with what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 13. See how it's some of there's a number and it's bold, and then it's kind of like an answer that's not bold?
Yes.
Okay. Did you type any of these?
No.
Did you write any of these?
No.
How did these get presented to you?
My lawyer prepared it.
So the words, for example, in the answer to number 5, in the non-bold, was that written by you?
No.
Who wrote that?
My lawyer.
A moment, Judge. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you, Mrs. Pino.
Can I see the room just for a moment? I don't need to take work.
She's on the side.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end for today. Looking at the clock, I'm trying to coordinate things, but I know we do have some coffee for you, so maybe like as an exit, they can get their coffee and their snacks. In any event, please put your notepads inside your envelopes. I'm going to ask you please to be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. tomorrow, okay? And I'll be going over the schedule as we are progressing. Since we do not have court on Friday, court is closed. As we're scheduling this, there are additional witnesses we're going to hear from. I may be rolling the case for closing arguments to Monday, the 22nd. Okay, I wanted to give you that information now, rather than perhaps putting too much pressure on coming to conclusions by the end of the day Thursday. Just, we're kind of in a weird spot because there is no court on Friday, okay? In any event, that's why I'd like you to come back tomorrow. If you would at 10 o'clock, please don't discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't conduct an independent investigation or research to try to gather any information. You can only rely on evidence which is presented in this courtroom from the witness stand under oath and the law that I will ultimately instruct you on in reaching your decision. Okay? If you see any of us outside of the courtroom, we're going to continue to ignore you. Make sure your juror badges are always well displayed, and when you're around the courthouse, even during lunch breaks or whatever, please wear your badges when you are going, walking around the courthouse. When you report, go to the 2nd floor as you have been, jury room. Please wait for Renee in the jury room, and he'll get you and bring you in when we're ready to proceed. And if you see anything in the news you think is about this case, ignore it. Don't listen to it, don't watch it, don't read it. Please, we don't want you to be impacted by anything outside of this courtroom and possibly taint your decision making. Okay, so please avoid that at all costs. Also, social media. Please don't go to social media and don't post anything or read anything or look to read anything on social media. Okay. All right, so take your notepads with you if you would. Renee, we'll take them out. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you. You can all be seated. So tomorrow, defense will present any additional witnesses that you have, and then we'll know whether there's going to be any additional state witnesses. We may be taking as well Thursday, rather than start closing arguments, because we're going to need probably most of the day for closing arguments. So closing arguments would be on one day, and then I would instruct the jury the following morning. And we'll have our charge conference, I would think, sometime on Thursday if we're able to complete everything tomorrow. If not, we'll go into Thursday with testimony and then conduct our charge conference on Thursday as well.
Would we be able to accommodate Mr. Mescalato by Zoom? He has a vessel inspection tomorrow morning till about the earliest he can get here. He said it's 2, but he'd make himself available by Zoom if that would be acceptable to the state of the court. Of course, the state put him on as a witness, so the jury's met him already. And so, if parties would agree to that, but when would he be available? Did you say? By Zoom, he can do it in the morning.
Right.
In person at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Well, let's play it by ear there. I'm good either way. I don't think there would be any objection for him to be on Zoom, but
I'll discuss it with counsel. We'll let you know.
and then we'll have to set up a Zoom link for him, like you were going to do the other witness, because my Zoom is.
We'll take care of it.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. See you all tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
good.
I know that's right.
No.
I'm out.